Michelle. So, Tracy told me that the employees of the quarter will go up first. Okay. And then after they go up, do we need to wait for anyone before we go outside?
Yeah, so I still have our community partner, our poet, and then our chair, Chair O'Neill.
Okay.
That might take a while because there's also like a group photo here and that kind of thing. So.
Well, I was thinking since Stanley's here, do you want me to ask him if he doesn't mind doing it? Because he's already going to take pictures for Luke.
Okay, yeah, ask him that. Okay. So then, like he can get like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I will. Okay, I see it. So it changed.
Well, right. Not going to make me walk back and forth. Oh, wait. So are you... Sure. Let me ask. Well, I ask you first. Okay.
She'll come up here to
That's right.
Okay, you're something. This is how we do the negotiation. See, that's right. See? Good hire, right?
Congratulations. And hey, we have quite a bit of house
Check it out. Fine, okay.
So, Teresa O'Neill, thank you so much.
Michelle. Okay, we're on standby.
Okay, we're on standby.
Because I think we have confusion about who's doing what between Stanley and Michelle.
We'll be right here.
What is...
You have yours.
So Michelle,
Okay, so I will put it in my purse then.
Stanley told me he's doing this.
Rainy?
So I think Michelle just wants to do it. Okay. Okay, thank you for being flexible.
Okay.
Okay, so Stanley said he could take whatever pictures you... Oh, sorry.
Oh, they're coming. Yeah. Yes, they did, as a matter of fact. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to ask the chambers to come to order. We're excited to see so many of you here today. And don't make me start calling people's names out, Gary. I'm looking to see who I can't see out there. So what I would like to do is I'm going to welcome everybody to our first regular meeting of our VTA Board of Directors for 2020. I'm excited to see so many familiar faces around the dais, and our Vice Chair Hendricks will now serve as one of the regular members of the Northeast City Group, while Teresa O'Neill will serve as the alternate for that city group. So we are going to begin with the roll call.
Alternate Board Member Langley, ex officio Board Member Lewins, Board Member Carr, Board Member Carrasco, Board Member Cortese, alternate Board Member Davis, Board Member Diaz, alternate Board Member Ellenberg, alternate Board Member Fine, Board Member Jones, Board Member Ricardo, Board Member McAllister,
Here.
alternate Board Member Miller, alternate Board Member O'Neill, Board Member Peralez, Board Member Rennie,
Here.
Board Member Tran, Vice Chairperson Hendrick,
Present.
Chairperson Chavez.
Here.
We have a floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Elaine. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you're able. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're now on to item 1.3, and this is the orders of the day. And are there any changes from my colleagues for orders of the day? Seeing none, may I get a motion to approve the orders of the day?
So moved.
We have a motion, and may I ask who seconded? Larry was our second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Then that passes unanimously. We're now moving to item 2, and this is our awards and commendations. And the biographies of our retirees for item 2.1 will be read by Ibrahim Fakira, our HR analyst.
Thank you. Our first honoree this evening is La Ki Chan. La Ki Chan, Graphic Designer 1 in the Creative Services Unit, is the Administration Award winner for the first quarter. Mr. Chan has been working for VTA for over 3 years. Since he joined VTA, he has regularly exceeded all expectations in any job assigned to him. Mr. Chan learns whatever is necessary to complete his work and excels in app development and video editing. He is an excellent photographer, and he's had his work recognized on a national level. Mr. Chan started a social media campaign called Favorite Destinations, which eventually led to VTA winning the Grand Award in APTA's 2019 AdWheel competition. Congratulations to La Ki Chan, Administration Employee of the first quarter. Our next honoree is Steve Yun. Steve Yun, light rail operator at Guadalupe Operations, is the Transportation Award winner for the first quarter. This past October marked Mr. Yun's 12-year anniversary as a VTA employee. During his time as both a bus and light rail operator, he has served as a great role model to several employees at VTA. In addition to his stellar work ethic, he has an outstanding personality, which has created a positive atmosphere for his coworkers. And he consistently provides a friendly customer service experience for his passengers. Anyone who has worked with Mr. Yun will tell you that he is deserving of this honor. Congratulations to Steve Yun, Transportation Employee of the first quarter. Our next honoree is Juan Delgadillo. Juan Delgadillo, transit mechanic at Northyard Maintenance, is the Maintenance Award winner for the first quarter. This month marks another accomplishment for Mr. Delgadillo in that he has now been an employee with the VTA for 7 years. Throughout that time, he has always been an outstanding team member to the maintenance staff at Northyard. He is a go-to person for the foreperson to seek assistance with getting buses ready for their early morning pullout. If there is a problem, Mr. Delgadillo addresses it quickly and efficiently to ensure the bus is safe and ready for service. He takes on every challenge assigned to him and takes pride in his work. Congratulations to Juan Delgadillo, maintenance employee of the first quarter. Although she is unable to attend the meeting this evening, I would also like to recognize Maria Chavez, Senior Human Resources Analyst in the Retirement Services Unit, as the Supervisory Award winner for the first quarter.
Okay. Congratulations to our employees of the quarter, and thank you for everything you do for our riders. Next on our agenda is item number 2.2, recognition for community partner Mighty Mike McGee. Mike, would you please come up and join us? Mike, the 2018-19 Santa Clara County Poet Laureate and a longtime VTA rider, premiered VTA's Artist of the Month campaign. His thought-provoking poem, Hello Neighbor, acknowledged and thanked riders for using VTA to get to their designations. And Mike, would you like to share with us your journey?
I would. Where's that voice coming from? My journey as a poet has always included VTA. VTA has always been a part of that, getting me to my stops. Like 98% on time, I would say too. But my journey started in the late 90s, going to open mics at cafes all over the South Bay, primarily here in San Jose. As a matter of fact, the first place I ever regularly performed poetry is now Whole Foods on the Alameda. So, if you're ever in the deli section of that Whole Foods, that is where I started my poetry career. So just think poetry and beauty when you're grabbing hot food from the hot bar. So, and so my goal has been and always will be to push poetry's boundaries and push those boundaries out as far as I possibly can throughout the county, and I always will. So I want to thank you guys for honoring poetry, for letting poetry be something that we all really know that we need deep down inside. So thank you very, very much.
Okay. And thank you, Mighty Mike. We're now moving on to agenda item number 2.3, a resolution of appreciation for 2019 Board Chairperson Teresa O'Neill. So before we get too much farther, could I get a motion and a second to adopt this? Okay, there, and I'm sure somebody on staff figured out who that was. Resolution by the Board of Directors of the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, VTA, a special district of the state of California, relative to commending the Honorable Teresa O'Neill. Whereas Teresa O'Neill is completing her term as the 2019 chairperson of the VTA Board of Directors, and whereas Teresa O'Neill led the implementation of the 2016 Measure B capital program and oversaw the first allocations of pavement maintenance funds to the city, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the VTA Board of Directors hereby commends and expresses its sincerest appreciation to Teresa O'Neill for her exemplary public service as chairperson of the VTA Board of Directors for 2019, and be it further resolved that this resolution is presented with the thanks and good wishes of VTA and was adopted by the Board of Directors this 9th day of January 2020, and I'll ask for the vote in just a second. Well, before we come up for the vote, we did a motion and a second, but I don't think we actually voted. So could we all vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So pass unanimously. Now can you come up for a photo?
She has to open the present first. I'm just going to give you a cup.
Take a video quickly. Screensaver.
Is that mic not working?
Very much for the resolution, and thank you, my board colleagues, for the opportunity to serve as VTA's board chair this past year. It has been very challenging, and I believe I have learned a great deal in a number of ways. I want to especially thank General Manager Nuria Fernandez and General Counsel Evelyn Tran. I finished my year as chair more impressed than ever with your professionalism and expertise. You lead your teams very well. My deep appreciation also goes out to Jim Lawson, our Chief External Affairs Officer, for his guidance and sharing his vast experience, and to his government affairs team, Aaron Quigley and Manolo Gonzalez Esteve, for their ever-present assistance. And I can never forget to mention Board Secretary Amy Balto and her amazing staff. Under Eileen's very calm and dedicated leadership, the board staff quietly keeps all the various meetings moving forward in an organized manner to the benefit of the board, other VTA staff, and most importantly, the members of the public, whom we are all here to serve. Which brings me to the public, our residents, taxpayers, commuters, voters. Thank you for the honor of being allowed to represent you, to do my best to hear your voices, feel your struggles, and to bring you the transportation you need and deserve. In Santa Clara County, we face some of the greatest challenges in creating a system that will work for our incredibly diverse community, which has equally diverse transportation needs. This is very serious stuff, as we aren't just talking about your ride, but your lives and your dreams. Everyone at VTA, starting with the board, has to continually rededicate themselves to these challenges. I believe we have made some progress in the priority areas I emphasized a year ago: financial stability, innovation, workforce, and board governance. In particular, we balanced our budget, established an Office of Innovation, which I hope will attract great, interesting proposals and funding from our philanthropic community. We came to an operating agreement with BART and established an ongoing communication between our two boards. We signed new agreements with key employee groups and continue to find more ways to help employees increase their skills and thus their contribution to VTA. And the Board Enhancement Committee, led by Director McAllister, received a detailed report last month with recommendations and ideas on how we can make our board more effective. That report will be considered very seriously as we come back to this board with recommendations. And while we may not agree with everything in the grand jury report from last June, we shouldn't ignore it, but find what is most meaningful in the work done there by members of our community. We don't have much time to make significant progress. The public, whether here in these chambers or on the internet or stuck in gridlock traffic, increasingly remind us of this. Our pace must quicken. Earlier, I mentioned the dreams of our public and ourselves. Makes me think of what Yates told us. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. Please, let's step carefully as we uphold these dreams. But together, run quickly on a trail together we blaze to a destination we see on the horizon. Thank you again.
So, Teresa, this is your life. Thank you.
Teresa cares passionately about the policy, about getting it right, about serving the community.
So, Teresa O'Neill, thank you so much for your leadership and your work. And I think one of the hallmarks of your work has really been listening to every board member, listening to the staff, and really helping us understand each other. Thank you so much for your service as chair.
As chairwoman, Teresa was always willing to take on tough battles, whether that was looking at fiscal sustainability of the organization, around corporate governance, around the transit redesign. We're, of course, finally underway and implementing. It's really because of Teresa's leadership that we've taken huge strides as an organization, and I'm very grateful for her service and for her commitment to transit and to transportation.
One more big round of applause for Teresa as she continues to serve as an alternate, which is very kind. We're going to move to item 3, and this is our public speakers, and these are for folks who are speaking to an item that is not on the agenda but within the purview of our committee. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask folks to come forward and stand if you're able as you're called, and you can come up in any order once your name has been called. So I'm going to invite up Roland, Monica, Daniel, James, Cole, Michael, Scott Largent, Blair, Marshall, and James Whiteman, and then I'll call up the next group. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to the new decade. 3 things I want to talk about tonight is the new signage, Santa Teresa light rail station, and last but not least, Next Network, my personal experience. I really like those new cars that have a display that's either orange, green, or blue. I can tell from quarter of a mile what's coming at me, what line it is. But the issue I have is that this is not propagated to the inside of the car. So once I'm inside the train, I've got no idea what line I'm on, and I can assure you visitors don't have any idea either. So if that could be addressed, that'd be great. Now, the Santa Teresa parking lot right now is being used as a shortcut for the new iStar development, Costco and everything else. The surface is basically disintegrating, And the people use this as a shortcut are using vastly excessive speeds to go today. I've nearly been hit twice in the last 2 weeks. And we have multiple issues. We need speed bumps, 5 mile an hour speed bumps. We absolutely need resurfacing, and I think the city of San Jose should be paying for this, not the VTA, because of what is causing the problem, and we need restriping. And last but not least, Next Network. Today was my first experience with Next Network, and I am deeply disappointed. Every single Caltrain connection is broken. If a light rail arrives at 15 on the hour and Caltrain leaves at 15 on the hour, how am I going to make a connection? I got to catch the early train. So now all my trips have been increased by, at least 10 minutes. This is really frustrating. So let me cut to the chase. First of all, I want Kermit fired immediately. I've been putting up with this for years. I've had enough of this. I want you to ask Google to look at all the GTFS files, see if there's any way.
Thank you, Roland.
Let me just finish.
No, I'm actually going to be, we have a lot of speakers tonight, and I'll just apologize. I want to be fair to everybody, but everybody gets 2 minutes, and we're going to have you come forward. So please, as quickly as you can, we want to make sure we can both listen to you and complete the business of our meeting. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. I will do that by being short. I want to thank the mayor, first of all, for postponing along with this board, our review and discussion on Measure B. My thoughts on that are, as a financial person here in the Valley for 30 years, when something's 4 or 5 years old, as is when that was implemented, review is really important. I think we've done a great job in adding more housing to this community, and we need to serve that community. And a way to do that is to look at how can we maybe take away a little bit of construction, not a lot, and add more bus service to those areas. An example is we have 84 buses sitting in the yard right now idle. A way shortfall from the 750 plan that was set in place a long time ago. So we could at least get that piece going and then add some more to it, and then go beyond the original conversion to the 90-10 plan to something more broad, like my own area losing Route 65, but we did get an adjustment to Route 42 out to the new VA center, so that was a good thing. So I just want us to have a consideration in these discussions over the next couple of weeks so that we look at it from all perspectives. I read through Councilman Camus's documents. I talked with one of my own councilman's staff in their perspective, and I've just given you mine. So I look forward to more conversation between all of us that's interactive and coming to a best solution, because I think we can serve more than the 76% of the people that voted for Measure B originally by looking at new information and all the things that have changed since we put this into place. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon. I'm a student at San Jose State, and I live in Cambrian. And a lot has happened since the last board meeting, and there seems to be a little bit of confusion about the platform of the so-called Turnout for a Better Transit group. So I just want to use this to clarify a few things. First of all, some of the San Jose City Council members have been saying that we're against road repairs and road maintenance. This is completely false. Like cars, buses need roads that are well maintained. We don't want any funds from the local streets and roads program category to be reallocated. We're only concerned with capital projects that increase VMT, such as interchanges and road expansions. I also want to clarify that the referral relating to Measure B does not mean that any funds will be reallocated. It just means that it will be explored. And since we've been coming to these meetings and asking for this to be explored since April of 2019, I think that we should be able to have this discussion. I also want to clarify that reallocating Measure B funds does not go against the will of the voters. Measure B specifically promised to provide additional funds specifically for bus operations to serve vulnerable, underserved, and transit-dependent populations throughout the county. VTA's decision to keep service levels essentially the same and eliminate routes from certain neighborhoods, this most recently on the 28th of December, goes against the will of the voters and goes against what a lot of us expected when we were voting for this measure. I voted for this measure thinking that I'd have more options, and now I have less. Also, the ballot text and 6th District Court ruling clearly state that a reallocation is legal. When we all voted for Measure B, or maybe some of you didn't, we didn't just vote for the proposed allocations. We voted for the right of VTA to be able to reallocate funds with a 3/4 majority. So I really want to encourage you all to be more open-minded about this and really think about the positive impact that it could have on our lives. I know that it's not going to be easy to get 9 votes for this, but I just really want you all to consider our views because I think a lot of us really care about this. Thank you.
Oh, that you're fine, right at the desk. The mic's right in there.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Hunt. I'm also a San Jose State student. Since last I spoke about the vital need for Measure B fund reallocations, there's been much talk about this important issue. In these times full of fake news, there's been a tremendous deal of lies making the rounds through the airways and cyberspace via various articles. They falsely claim that this reallocation is illegal and would violate Measure B's commitment to reducing traffic congestions. While Measure B does indeed provide for repairing streets, fixing potholes, but it also provides for improving bike and pedestrian safety, improving safety at crossing, and enhancing transit for seniors, students, low-income and disabled people. Now, the fact of the matter is that transit for seniors, students such as myself, low-income people and the disabled mainly consists of these bus routes, light rails, and public transportation in general, the vast majority of whom don't use the highways. This is so because since many of us don't have cars and aren't able to use the highways/freeways. This plus the fact that the courts have ruled that such reallocations are legal exposes that these falsehoods for what they truly are, falsehoods. Furthermore, on the note of reducing traffic congestion, what better way to do so than encouraging people to take buses and light rails that can hold much more people and thus reduce the amount of cars on the roadways by creating new routes and stop near their homes and places of work and worship and preserving existing routes like these ones. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Michael, and I am a big fan of transit, and I ride the bus to work pretty much every day, so I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to do that. But I'm also here in support of reallocation of Measure B funds to transit from highway projects. We really need to transition away from car culture now more than we ever have, and to start funding public transportation and in the subsidies for driving. Over the past 100 years or so, American cities just have turned into car cities. Pretty much everything is made around cars. And they do so at the cost of the environment, human life, and equality, among other things. And we have to change that. Transportation is by far the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in California. And San Jose makes a pretty big contribution to those emissions. So the VTA board should declare a climate emergency and consider environmental impacts on all future decisions. In order to fight climate change, we have to change. Cars are not only devastating to the environment, but also to our communities. San Jose has a Vision Zero goal, but 2019 saw an all-time high in pedestrian deaths and nearly saw the all-time high in total traffic-related deaths. Encouraging more driving by funding freeways will only lead to more deaths. According to a Harvard study, access to transportation is the single most important contributing factor in an individual's ability to escape poverty. Forcing people in poverty to drive everywhere they go is an unnecessary burden that serves to keep poor people poor. Spending on highways rather than public transit only supports inequality. Public transportation is instrumentally important to a city's success. It has many environmental benefits, increases public safety, and increases economic mobility. And those are only a few examples of the importance of transit. Please make a move toward a future that is made for people.
Thank you. As our next speaker comes up, I'm going to invite up Blair, James, Linda, Pavlovich, Tom, CJ Walker, Scott Mace, Nassim Nuri, and Dashiell Leeds. Welcome.
My name is James Kuzmo. I live and work in Mountain View. I will So for all the same reasons people have mentioned, would support Measure B reallocation. But first, I just wanted to thank the board for taking seriously the governance rework and work that has been put in. And in particular, I know that one of the reports mentioned the possibility of moving this public comment section towards the end of the meeting, and I would appreciate it if it did not move, because in particular, since I'm trying to get to and from Mountain View, if I had to get back even later at night, that would be unpleasant. The one other thing I wanted to mention is sort of even beyond just, many of my coworkers, when I talk to them about their commutes and if they do currently drive, one of the things they say, they say if like public transit were 30, 40% faster, or if they didn't have to walk a few miles, then they would take the bus. But one of the other things I noticed is that in many cases, they don't even realize what public transit options are available. For instance, I have one coworker that commutes from, of all places, Tracy, and he thought that it would take 3 hours to get to work in the North Bayshore area of Mountain View by public transit. It turns out that he had been that Google Maps had been misleading him, because it turns out it did not correctly understand the timed transfer from the ACE train to the ACE shuttles. It thought that you couldn't make the transfer, so it thought you would have to wait an extra 45 minutes or an hour for the next bus. And I've encountered not necessarily the same sort of errors, but in other cases just people not thinking to look for the bus route. And so if just beyond putting more money into running routes, if there were more thought and effort put into making people aware of routes, doing things like timing routes so that they work well, like to get down here. I mean, previously, before all the route reworks, it was a basically one-seat ride in the light rail. Now I would have to, going off of the schedules, I would have to wait like 10 minutes for a 15-minute headway train to transfer from the orange line to the green line, which seems wrong, but thank you.
Thank you. James, and I'm going to ask folks just to come on up.
Okay, yeah, I like the fences that you guys put downtown. I think they're nice. I think you should do more of them on your light rail stations. The fences that you guys put downtown. When are you guys going to start on a project? I think you need to put fences on all the light rail stations, the ones that you put downtown. Also, I'd like to see some changes to this new service. I think the light rail should be every 10 minutes. The orange line to Mountain View, the green line to Winchester, and the blue line to Santa Teresa to Bayport. I think that should be every 10 minutes. And I see people going on the light rail in the new with their pants down. You guys should have a sign out there that says, no, the pants should not be down. If they do we need to hire back our fare inspectors. No, this is not a good thing for people to go on the light rail with their pants a little bit down. That's wrong. And if the fare inspector catches them, he needs to throw them off the train immediately and call the sheriff's office. I see this all the time on light rail, and I don't like it. Also, when is BART opening up down here? Sometime in April, I heard. Also, when are you guys going to start putting more fences on the light rail station? I think you guys need to put a fence at Great America, all the light rail stations, put fences on there so people can't cross the tracks. All right, bye.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Board. Good evening. My name is Marshall Mancy, candidate for San Jose City Council District 6. Our first speaker, Roland, said it best. Welcome to a new decade. This decade, we will see unimaginable changes. These changes will either be unplanned or planned. As you all are long-term professionals, I am sure that you can agree that with planning comes good things. Now, my peers and I are telling you the plan. It's not an option, it's not a suggestion, it's a very formal request for you to do the right thing to secure a livable future for my generation. And it starts with all of you deep understanding the climate emergency that we are in. It starts with you grasping to even understand the fear that I suffer from every day, looking at the news and knowing that this is only going to get worse. And knowing that I am going to have to sacrifice more of my life to be a leader that my community needs. I've taken a year off school, right? It starts with reallocating funding for Measure B. because the VTA has the power to tackle the largest sector of emissions in San Jose, which is transportation. This is a 30-year tax which will end in 2047. You know how long away that is for me, who's 19? I'll be 50 almost. What will my life look like then? The action you take today can't be unacted. And even in the weight of our climate emergency, even more so. Every day that we don't take sufficient action, it makes it one day harder for me when I get into office. Please hear our call and do the right thing for my generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. We have a mic that may be easier for you to hold. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tom, and something I'd like for all of you to know in your bones. There is infinite demand for free stuff. No matter how many lanes you build, no matter how many interchanges you build, you cannot get rid of congestion by just adding more lanes. If one fast track lane is a good idea, 3 fast track lanes would be an excellent idea. Switching topics. Over 20 years ago, VTA was hooking up computers to multiple traffic lights in order to increase the capacity of the expressways. The computers are smart enough to allow side traffic through the natural gaps on the expressway traffic so as to not delay expressway traffic. Pretty smart thing. Why can't we do the same thing with light rail? I understand that it may take some computer negotiating to cross an expressway running at 100% of capacity, but it should be a no-brainer to never hit a red light at a mobile home park. And every time I get on light rail, I've got to wait at least one of the driveways. Also, if you speed light rail by 10%, you'll cut your driver costs by 10%. Saves you money. Whatever happened to letting buses on El Camino trigger a green light? I've heard about it. Is it just dead? Are you working on it? Can you answer that question?
We can have a staff person respond to you directly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Brandy's going to talk to you back there, Tom. She's getting it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome.
Scott Largent. I am a clean and sober father, and I rely on public transportation. I've been sober a little over 4 years, and VTA has really been a lifesaver for me. I take it's now the 523, but I do take the 23 and the 323. I've gotten more familiar with the transit system. When I was younger, I swore that I would never get back on a bus. I would never deal with that. But when the bank took the Mercedes-Benz and the business went under, things changed really fast. My appointments that I go to, not only with my court appointments, my psychologist, just everything in general that I have to deal with, even visitation for my child, is downtown. And everybody is being pushed in a way to be near transit hubs, be near courthouses, be near condensed housing, whatever's going on. I need that to be a safe environment for myself. When I walk out of the courthouse there, I watch people smoke methamphetamines. I smell it. I see people fight. I see people poop in the park. I just see a war zone. And I think that you guys need to start putting in permanent sheriff's deputies there at St. James Park and at these light rail stations. Maybe get the PD to work with the sheriff's department. You have VTA security there. Make it safe for people like me, because I have to be downtown. I love San Jose. It's not safe down there. And St. James Park has changed a lot. The filming that I've done over the last year, and a lot of people probably get upset about this, there's only 2 people in that park that I honestly think are salvageable right now. The rest of them are just garbage, and they're destroying San Jose, okay? And I'm a homeless advocate. When you get outside of there and you go to all the other shelters, these are good people that need our help. There, it is horrible now. Thank you.
Welcome.
Or should give you that one.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Linda Polovich. I'm a resident of Milpitas. I bring you greetings, board members, staff, and workers, and audience. I'd like to address two different issues about the new changes in the bus system. Okay, I wouldn't be here. I'm not just one who comes here. They're horrendous. The school buses were designed to serve the high school only, and the kids who go to the middle school, the 12 and 13-year-olds, they get to school. If they take those buses, they get to school 45 minutes to an hour before the bell rings. It's not safe. They are at a crucial age. It's not safe for them to get there that early. They'll hang out around the school, around the streets. It's not. We need another bus in Milpitas, another school bus, and I wish you would really consider that. They don't. There are 1,800 kids in the middle schools, and I know they could raise a whole lot of havoc if they wanted to. The other issue is no 46. I bought my home a long time ago. I had 2 buses that went by my house. I bought it because I was on a bus line. Now I have no bus. And then it's not just for me, but it's the people who live from Jacqueline on down to almost Landis, east of Park Victoria, so up Calaveras. Those are high-density population. You have condos, duplexes, apartments, townhouses. It's a bunch of people there who will have no bus service now. It's not a good thing. I wish you all would consider improving the schedule. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda.
Good afternoon, Mayor and staff. My name is C.J. Walker. I'm a pastor at Cathedral of Faith. I'd like to give thanks to Mayor Liccardo for your patronage and for your help at our church. We greatly appreciate you and all that you've done. I'm here to address VTA Access. VTA Access is an excellent program. It's probably one of the best home to out-of-home transportations, probably maybe in the country. But the problem is it's not being ran properly. And because it's not being ran properly, it's causing riders like myself and even some of VTA employees ride VTA Access. And it's not getting us they're picking us up late. They're not scheduling properly, which a lot of times it causes a problem with dispatch. Dispatch is being disrespectful to us, yelling at us, have cursed at us, and I've been an advocate on behalf of my church members. A lot of them have stopped coming to church and stopped going other places because of the problems with VTA Access. And it's been an enormous amount of problems and disrespect from the dispatchers. The scheduling's been off and been wrong. It's an excellent program, but like I said, this is 2020, everybody. San Jose is beautiful. I've been here since 1987. I want to see it continue to flourish. And everything that we offer here should be great and grand. We're Silicon Valley. And it should be done better. And we got to do things better, everybody. VTA Access is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. David, could you, Mr. Hill? Thank you. Pastor, Mr. Hill's going to meet you in the back of the room to discuss your concerns. Thank you. Blair, could you come forward? And if I've called your name, Scott Mace, Nassim, Dashel, Moira, Eugene Bradley, Jonathan Ehrman. Our last speaker is Judy Purrington. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I hope 2020 can be a time in Santa Clara County to help bring out good ideals and sustainable practices. I feel it could help set an important standard in what to expect and what one can expect for the near future in working and planning with the city of San Jose and Santa Clara County. San Jose too, in planning and working with Santa Clara County. Projects in 2020 can include continuing to develop good civil protection practices we can all contribute to with the future of community technology, housing that can always try to consider very low income, extremely low income, and mixed income, and what I hope can be a very positive EIR report process about the high-speed rail that can work to address the future of fossil fuel, transportation, and the dreaded questions of eminent domain in open, decent, and humanistic terms. Overall, I'm trying to be a part of a process that is trying to offer positive, stable, hopeful ideas and guidelines that are possible at this time, and to deal with issues that can be somewhat frightening to all of us. These are ideas of peace and good democracy. I am feeling familiar ideas of peace, love, and that a respect for one's local community can build a good peace for the world at this time. I feel in 2020, working at the local level towards good ideals and human rights and civil rights and sustainable practices can very much address positive, good practices we all may want to be a part of, and how to decently address the past 20 years and the current state of U.S. war. In my final 20 seconds, I wanted to remind yourselves of a few items. I hope you can consider a 90 to 120-day review policy for big belly trash can surveillance technology that may be considered controversial or fringe upon decent standards and expectations of civil rights and civil protections.
Thank you.
Like shot spotter eavesdropper technology. Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Mace from San Jose. I wanted to echo what Tom had to say about signal preemption, and I think it's a big missing element. What I think we have two things we should focus on this year with Next Network. One is the experience, and the other is expectations. On the experience, we think about the bus stop, the first exposure that a lot of potential passengers have. What is the condition of our bus stops? I use the 7th Street and Santa Clara bus stop. I've seen other bus stops where cities post signs prohibiting smoking. There are no such signs at this bus stop. There's plenty of smoking there. There's also trash cans that are inevitably overflowing there. This is not a good first impression for people, not a good first experience. On the expectation side, I happened to read a San Jose City report called Climate Smart San Jose, and one of the interesting things that it said was that we're expecting to see a higher utilization of bus service under Next Network as before. And in all the things I've read about Next Network, I haven't seen, is this going to yield a net increase in passengers, net decrease, remain the same? I know there's issues about coverage and whether regions are covered properly, but I'd like to see the board measuring goals and reporting back to the public, how are we doing with Next Network? Is it actually attracting people? If it isn't, how can we make changes quickly so that we can meet those goals? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Dashel Leeds, and I'm a conservation assistant for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're living in a climate crisis. Global temperatures are rising, and extreme weather events are getting more frequent and more intense. Here we have fires. I live in the unincorporated Santa Clara County area up in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and I wonder sometimes, when am I going to be next? What's going to happen to my home, to my community, to the forest that's a part of who I am? I see elected officials from San Jose and from Santa Clara County here. both of which have already declared a climate emergency. So I think you do have an understanding of this crisis, and I hope that you can replicate similar actions today. We have less than a decade to change our policy landscape. The future of life on Earth is at stake. And here, transportation is the #1 source of emissions, and cars are a major culprit. So there's no better body to take action on this issue than this one here, and there's no better time to take action on this issue than now. Please declare a climate emergency and reallocate Measure B funds from highway expansion to improving public transit operations and bus service. This is essential for climate justice and for social justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nassim Nouri. I'm here representing the Green Party of Santa Clara County. So, of course, I'm here to urge you to vote yes and declare a climate emergency. I hope that there's not one person in this room that's going to urge you to make a decision otherwise. But we all also know that the time for declarations on paper is over, long over. I'm here to urge you to pair real decisions towards real improvements in our climate with this declaration. I'm here to urge you to consider reallocation of Measure B funds. The fact is that things haven't stayed the same since that measure passed. Everyone who voted for that measure expected that not just traffic, but overall experience of our transportation will improve with those funds. Unfortunately, it hasn't. It has become worse. There are bus lines that are being cut, and unfortunately, they're also concentrated in areas where people are most marginalized, that other transit options are least available, and that service of alternatives is unavailable. So accessible, clean, frequent, free public transportation should be the goal of not just VTA, but the City of San Jose's Climate Smart and every decision that we make. We've made this commitment already. Each of you have made this commitment to make this environment safer for the young people that you're hearing today, and to actually make real decisions and pair them with the supposed goals, with the claimed goals that each of these bodies have on their books. So I drive my car because buses are not available to me at the times and the time periods that I need. I do take buses, but I wish you could get me off the road. Please do that. Thank you.
Moira, as you come forward, Eugene Bradley, Jonathan Ehrman, and then Judy Purrington. Welcome.
Thank you, Cindy. I'm Moria Merriweather, and I take buses rarely, but when I go to San Francisco or Oakland, I almost always take BART. And so I think you probably know as well as I do that the options available matter a lot in terms of what people's behavior is. We have a lot of tough tasks here, and we need to dream big in order to find our way together to a much stronger bicycle and transit and walking city. I don't think that they're simple decisions. I think they're complicated. I'm sure that you're the first ones who would know that. I'm also here to speak for reallocating, moving more funds from Measure B to transit. I'm glad that you've delayed discussing that because I need some more time to understand the amounts involved. We do need to maintain the roads, we do need to fix the potholes, but we also need to vastly improve transit service. I looked at Councilman Camus's memo about this, where he cites the need to relieve congestion. Something that I've learned as a bicycle advocate that is paradoxical and surprising is that if you widen roads and make roads better and make more lanes available, you increase the amount of congestion. People drive more. It's paradoxical. I need to find something good to bring to cite for that, but that's my understanding of what happens if you make the roads better. So what we want to do is we want to work to find the ways to move toward more bike share, more transit share, and increasing the options available so that people will buy in and want to do those things so that they become the best alternative for people like me. I do ride a bicycle. I started riding a bicycle regularly when I was in my 50s. So it's just, make it safer and make it easier for everybody. I know that that's not an easy thing to do, so I appreciate your work on it, and I think that we're all in solidarity that we want to increase bike share and transit share to meet the plans and needs and dreams of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Evening, board members. I'll keep this brief. Declare a climate emergency. Let's get that done. And make sure that Measure B highway construction, not maintenance, but construction funding goes toward improving the bus and train service. Let's get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Judy, Jonathan, you can come in any order. Yeah, welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for the time allowing me to make public comment. I'm Judy Purrington. I'm an activist with Silicon Valley Transit Users, and I am transit dependent. My bicycle and the buses and the light rail, that's what I use to get everywhere I'm going. Fortunately, I'm retired now because it's taking a lot longer for me to get places. Our organization is an all-volunteer, nonprofit 501c3, and we try to get a pulse from our fellow transit users on what they need. So when we come here and talk, we're talking, but not just for ourselves, though. We're talking for other people that are that we ride transit with that don't really have the time or the means to come to meetings or maybe make comments and such. We do think it's important to reallocate Measure B, and that it's crucial to transit. Of course, not road repairs and potholes. Even buses and bicyclists need the roads to be in reasonable repair for that. One of the things that I've heard is that, well, that's not what the voters wanted. Well, I've looked a lot back at the promotional materials and ballot statements for Measure B. And they made great mention of transit improvements, though the dollars, when you look at them, don't really kind of match the significance that they placed on it. And that's pretty much what most of us are looking for, is just reasonable reality that will help bring back some of the routes that went into the neighborhoods. These cuts over the past 20 years there are many communities in our area that really don't have any transit service within a reasonable distance of where they live and where they need to go. So that would be helpful. I do like the 15-minute distance times between on the arterial routes. It's making a difference. You don't want to sit down and cry at the bus stop just because you saw it going off. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy. Jonathan?
Hi. Well, again, as somebody who lives in the north end of the system, it's very frustrating to see signs everywhere you travel that say, all new service, increased connections, more frequency, when, to get here, the main bus where I come from, it still runs the ones every 30 minutes. And then when you get to the light rail, you can connect to the light rail, but then the light rail trip is no longer direct. And in fact, the transfer, from taking from Mountain View to here is not direct, because instead of getting off at Old Ironsides and catching a train there, the way you have the schedules arranged right now is that train coming from Mountain View is always like 3 minutes behind the train at Old Ironsides. And so the quickest way is not to wait for another train on any of those lines, but to go to the stop beyond whichever one I forget which stop it is. Anyways, you have to go to a stop further beyond and then take the line coming back to get here. And that's the most efficient way, which just seems silly. Why doesn't the line at Old Ironsides, why isn't it scheduled to wait, start, since it's the beginning of the line, why doesn't it wait a few minutes and so you can do a direct connection? It just doesn't make sense. I also really think that you need to look at your fare system. You need to reduce the daily pass to a double fare instead of a three-way fare. Currently, the way the system is worked up, a day pass is equal to 3 one-way. You have 3 different prices. A day pass is equal to 3 one-way fares and all those prices. On a senior monthly pass, monthly pass is 30 one-way fares or 10 day passes. The youth monthly pass is not the same math, because apparently that number will be $37.50, which maybe somebody thought was just such a weird sounding number, so they rounded it down to 35, which means that the youth monthly pass is equal to 28 one-way fares or 9.3 day passes, but the adult monthly pass is equal to 36 one-way fares or 12 day passes. So it's a larger amount of the percentage of the month. If the monthly pass was adjusted to be 30 one-way fares or 10 day passes, then it would be $75 a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I want to thank all of the 20 speakers for speaking within their time. I will just point out to my colleagues that I am, you'll notice that on your agendas we have times because we're timing the public, so we're going to time ourselves. So we're going to go on now to item 4, which is public hearings. We don't have hearings, so we'll move on to item 5, which is committee reports. And I'd like to invite up the Citizens Advisory Committee chairperson, Marty. Marty Schulter will be giving us a presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Chairperson Chavez, Vice Chair Hendricks, and GM Fernandez, members of the board. Happy 2020 to all of you. Before I begin, on behalf of the CAC and CWC, I want to express our appreciation to outgoing Chair O'Neill for her service and dedication to the VTA. At our December 11th, 2019 meeting, the CAC considered and recommended for your approval the program match source for Caltrans Sustainable Communities Planning Grant for the Central Bikeway Study, which is consent agenda item 6.2 on your agenda tonight. The committee also conducted its chairperson election, and I'm honored to serve as the chair once again for 2020. We will conduct our vice chair election at our next meeting of the year, which will be held next Wednesday, January 15th at 4 p.m. at the VTA River Oaks offices. And that concludes my report. So if there's any questions or clarifications?
Before you leave, Marty, I just wanted to remind folks that we still need some CAC members. Yes?
Yes.
And so what I'm going to ask,
Desperately.
so what I'm going to ask staff to do is to get the announcement out to all of you so you can put it in your newsletters and route it to folks so we have a quorum.
And we do have the applications online.
Excellent. And also thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. We have on 5.2, there's no policy advisory reports. We have nothing on 5.3, which are standing committees. I'll just briefly say for the policy advisory boards, we did have a meeting of the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector Policy Advisory Board on December 18th. And we received some updates on the project, including engineering status, property acquisitions, utility relocation, and community outreach. And I think, again, one of the most important things we did there was take a look at the community working groups and how they'll be functioning. So with that, I'm going to move on to item 5.5, and this is the Ad Hoc Board Enhancement Committee Chairperson's Report. John, I think you're going to give us a brief report.
Yes, Madam Chair. The Board Enhancement Committee met on December the 20th. The meeting was dedicated solely to the presentation and the review of the RSM Final Governance Assessment Report. Due to its length, complexity, and importance of this report, the committee devoted over 5 hours to its presentations and assessment. If you remember last time I made that announcement, you all chuckled at our 5-hour meeting, so it actually happened that long. Overall, the report identified 6 framework areas, 2 examples being 1, board capabilities and structure, and 2, accountability. It also identified 27 specific observations with corresponding recommendations. At our next meeting, the BEC will evaluate which recommendation modifications or other changes to recommend to the board, which was our stated charge. A future board workshop is being scheduled for RSM to present its governance assessment report and for the Board Enhancement Committee to present its recommendation for board consideration. Almost more than a year ago, we met in February at a workshop to discuss potential change, and there was a unanimous vote among the board to do critical change or radical change. We came along a few months later, we had a grand jury report that mentioned things that could be done and potentially to improve the effectiveness of VTA. And now recently we just had our RMS study, which will again give us more information to possibly improve our situation. When I was reading one of our news updates that you gave from us, and NBC television, rightfully or wrong, came out and stated that VTA is one of the worst transportation systems in the network. That was their statement. So I see right now with the ability to meet from our last meeting where we said we're going to change, the grand jury report and RMS, we have an opportunity and a path to improve the effectiveness of VTA, and I'm looking forward to presenting this to the full board and seeing that we can make great opportunity and great strides in improving our service. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add one point, and that is on January 24th, we're going to dedicate an entire workshop to this. I'll be sitting down with Mr. McAllister to review the agenda so that we actually have some outcomes from that meeting, so that we can move on and dive in and get some work done and keep moving. So on item, Mr. Beekman, do you also have a card for consent? No? No. Okay. Then do you want to come forward now to speak on 5.1? Was that my report or Marty's? All right.
Maybe something will pop into my head about during consent calendar, so thank you for letting me speak at this time. Someone somewhere in San Jose is creating a problem with statistical data reporting for the Vision Zero program. I hope San Jose government, to talk about the CAC item that was talked about Vision Zero, I hope San Jose government, local media, and all of us can learn important lessons at this time, how to better present and interpret good data and statistics of Vision Zero for the everyday public in the future. To offer some reminders, international ideas of Vision Zero are mostly based upon environmental and community harmony, and that try to focus on miles of pedestrian and bike lanes, tree-filled medians, and large 4-day weekend neighborhood vendor fairs and block parties. I understand that for some in this country, surveillance tech itself is the way to define community sustainability and civil protections. But I hope it can be a good reminder that also in this country, day-to-day civic government and its good community practices should always take precedence over law enforcement technology and its surveillance. I hope we are all learning how minimal use practices and a return to good civil protections and accountability guidelines for surveillance technology have been built with ideas of peace, more open local democracy, and community sustainability in mind, and can work hand in hand with also fledgling Vision Zero. They do not have to be combatants to fight against each other. As a reminder for all of us, with 21 seconds, for all of us in Santa Clara County, more responsible practices with technology simply has to be respected and observed as what can be considered a more open, democratic, sustainable community future. And as I tried to state before, one that can address the ideas of continual war of this country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our consent calendar, and that is for us to take items 6.1 through 6.4 to consent. I also wanted to see if we could add item 7.2 to consent, and that is the legislative, our legislative program.
So moved.
So we have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Mr. McAllister?
I'd like to pull 6.3.
Okay. Then we get a motion for all the rest of the consent calendar. We'll remove item 6.3. Do you need to do something on consent?
I was hoping to ask one question on the list later.
Ask it now.
Okay. I'll try to find a microphone somewhere within.
Yeah, there you go.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Just one question. I know Jim was kind enough to reach out to me, and I'm sorry I didn't respond. But just with regard to the portion on state legislation relating to safety, I've been having some conversations with some legislators about whether or not there may or may not be an automated enforcement bill this year, as there had been a couple years ago. The question is there sufficient detail in here with board approval that if there is an automated speed enforcement bill to improve pedestrian, bike, and traffic safety, that VTA would have sufficient basis for supporting that, or would you need some board action to insert language to do that?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo. I would like the opportunity to review this and get back to you.
Okay.
I think it is certainly something that we could handle, but let me make sure.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Thank
All
you.
right, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. We're now going to move on to our regular agenda. This is item 7.1. This is our Silicon Valley Rapid Transit Program update. I just will tell you that one of the actions I took was to remove this from Nuria's report, in part because I wanted it to be earlier in the evening when you were all fresh and perky. Yeah, so item 6.3 comes at the end of the regular agenda if you pull something off consent. All right, Dennis.
Good evening. Thank you. Tonight we're going to have an update on Phase 1 and Phase 2. With regard to Phase 1, as we reported last month, passenger service for the various extension project has been deferred until later this year. A revised forecast for revenue service has not yet been established. However, BART and VTA have developed a project completion plan. The completion plan includes 3 groups of work leading to revenue service. Group 1 is project work. This includes resolving known discrepancies which were identified through the prior BART Phase 3 acceptance testings. These discrepancies are required before revenue service, required to be resolved before revenue service. We have concluded that resolving these known discrepancies before reinitiating the remaining BART Phase 3 acceptance testing would be the most efficient way to complete the project. Group 2 is the reinitiating of those remaining BART Phase 3 testing activities and resolving any discrepancies that are identified at that time. This work is performed by the BART Operating Division to assure that the completed work is ready for service. This activity was previously suspended at approximately 75% complete, thus leaving about 25% of those activities remaining to be performed. Group 3, of course, is the pre-revenue operations, and this is training operators and getting them ready for service. At this point, all of the project work is now complete, except to the extent that they are subject to the known discrepancies. Therefore, resolving known discrepancies constitutes the work that needs to be completed at this time. To date, we have identified 1,447 discrepancies to be resolved, with 753 of these needed before revenue service begins. After the known Group 1 discrepancies are resolved, BART will reinitiate its Phase 3 acceptance testing, which will likely identify additional discrepancies that will need resolution. How long this process will take is difficult to estimate at this time. Therefore, a revised forecast for revenue service will not be available until after the remaining BART Phase 3 acceptance testing activities have progressed sufficiently to estimate its conclusion and the scheduling of pre-revenue operations. We will be reviewing our work plan with FTA on January 22nd. This will aid in aligning all the parties around the work plan and the details therein. After completing the Group 1 activities and progressing the Group 2 activities, we should be able to forecast a date for revenue service. This is unlikely to be available for our February update, but we hope that in March we might be able to provide that information. In any event, a forecast for revenue service will not be available until BART and VTA are confident that the extension is ready to be scheduled for service. Jorge Martinez will provide some details on the status of discrepancies.
Thanks, Dennis. Okay, thanks, Dennis. As was just mentioned, the discrepancies are broken up into 2 different categories, and the focus, of course, is on those that will impact our restart of BART Phase 3 activities and ultimately the revenue operations. So those are the Category A. We had approximately 757 of these out of the 1,447 that Dennis mentioned. We're approximately 35% of the way to closing all of those. We have a fairly robust group of resources that have been mobilized since the 25th of November when we took the decision to suspend BART operations. Approximately 27 individual strike teams or work crews have been identified, resourced up, and manned up. At any given point of the operation, a daily operation of the project, we have a dozen of those crews out there working aggressively. So we do expect now that the holiday season has passed us, even though we did work through the holidays, we're going to pick up the pace a bit. And our goal is to have all those revenue required discrepancies closed out within the next month. In addition to that, we are working the other discrepancies, the ones that are post-revenue, which can be considered as punch list items, but those are opportunistic, and that work can happen after revenue operations.
Thank you, Jorge. This graphic, this diagram merely depicts the sequence of work we just described. It's in three groups, as we previously presented. Group 1 involves resolving the 753 discrepancies needed for revenue service. Last month, we reported that we had planned to have all of these discrepancies resolved before January 31. However, we also indicated that resolving some discrepancies associated with the traction power system may extend beyond January 31. This is still true, and we do not yet have a completion schedule for these discrepancies. This is a matter of making contractual arrangements with our contractors to provide the solutions that have been identified. As you can see, Group 2 activities, that is the reinitiation of remaining Phase 3 testing, are planned to begin after we've resolved the 753 discrepancies in Group 1. To potentially compress this schedule, VTA and BART are evaluating whether or not the Group 2 activities may be reinitiated before all of the traction power modifications are completed. This evaluation is not yet complete or sufficiently complete to conclude that at this time. Lastly, after BART Phase 3 acceptance testing of Group 2 activities is complete, BART may restart its pre-revenue operations in Group 3. This is the last step leading to revenue service. It's very unlikely that this part of the three phases will have any surprises, although it's always a potential. As previously indicated, we're not able to forecast a reliable revenue service date, but after BART progresses the Phase 3 testing activities in Group 2 there, we should be in a position to give a forecast. That's the end of Phase 1. For Phase 2, very, very quickly, we have received the 10% design submittal from our general engineering consultant. We're currently assessing and confirming the work products that we've received so they can be incorporated into our application for federal funding with FTA. We've planned an industry outreach forum to introduce the project and attract potential bidders. This forum is scheduled for February 11th at the DoubleTree Hotel in San Jose, 11 to 9 a.m. Additional details are available on the VTA website. In the meantime, we are working with FTA to compose our funding request. We hope to submit our request early this year with the goal of receiving a full funding grant agreement later this year. After an FFGA or full funding grant agreement is received, it will enable VTA to begin major construction activities sometime in late 2022. And that concludes our report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask for questions from the board, I'm going to invite up, we have three speakers on this item, Roland LeBron, James Whiteman, and Asen.
So as you may recall, I didn't say anything in December, but this time I will. What you're looking at is systemic management failure. There is no other word for it. And if you think you've got problems with Phase 1, well, wait until you find out what's going on with Phase 2. It's a stupid single-bore tunnel, which is large enough to contain the station. And by the way, that Spanish engineer who designed the Madrid stations will have passed away 1 year on March the 30th. At that point, I will be disclosing the emails I got from him, and when he told me, in no uncertain terms, what he thought of the VTA design. But let me just wrap up here, so you only got 2 minutes. You probably know Supervisor Peskin in San Francisco. And Supervisor Peskin's favorite phrase is that having the same people doing the same stuff all over again and expecting different results is the perfect definition of insanity. So I'm going to cut to the chase here, and I'm going to ask for 2 resignations effective immediately. First of all, Krishna Devi, and second, Mr. Ratcliffe over there. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hi, members of the board. First, I want to start by thanking former Chairperson O'Neill for her service and congratulating new Chairperson Chavez. I want to just go back to just the September meeting, September 2019 meeting, at which point I believe Jorge mentioned that only about 40 of the discrepancies that BART had identified were actually serious and that most likely they would be resolved by the end of that year. Obviously, that didn't happen. And now in the last chart, I saw between 400 and 500 discrepancies that needed to be resolved. On top of that, because there were any months attached to the BART testing for pre-revenue service, my assumption is that based on the previous estimates of BART testing, it would be between 90 days and 180 days. My advice would be, based on past experience, and since we're on our 6th deadline, that any forecast that may be coming in March should be taken with a grain of salt. Thank you.
James will be our last speaker on this item.
Yes, I had some things about how there's violence at BART stations. Well, I saw it on one of our VTA buses where there was a violence. 2 people almost got into a fight. And we're going to bring the violence down here. When BART brings that violence down here, we need to get more CCTVs at our light rail stations. We need to get more CCTVs at the VTA park and ride lots and at the transit centers so we can stop these people from fighting at our transit centers. I go to Lockheed Martin one. There's not CCTVs there. We need to get more CCTVs on our light rail station before BART comes down here at the VTA transit centers. And what else? The light rail. So when is BART coming down here? Well, I don't know. So at the light rail stations, I think when the 49ers are playing the Minnesota Vikings on Saturday, we need to announce extra trains on that line. And I think we also need to get, when BART comes down here, more security officers on our light rail, on our buses. And we need to get CCTVs on the buses. We need to get a video of things about people doing wrong when BART comes down here. When we can get the money to get more CCTVs on the stations, on the transit centers.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Oh, Raul.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. A couple questions. First off, does VTA have a deadline for us to resubmit to them the new revenue service date? I know you said that they're going to be meeting with us, but is there a deadline?
There is not currently a deadline. As I've indicated before, VTA maintains a very close working relationship with FTA. We've certainly notified FTA of where we are. We had formally indicated to them that we'll be working with their staff on the work plan this month, and that they have indicated the same thing that we reported here tonight, which is that once we progress through the remaining BART Phase 3 acceptance testing, we'll be in a better position to forecast, and this is what they're going to be helping us with on the work plan in January. So as it stands, they are working with us. They're going to review our work plan, then they're going to monitor our work plan and assist us in developing a reliable forecast for revenue service once we progress through that remaining Group 2.
Which you stated you expect to have better information on by March, not our February meeting.
That's right. I mean, the objective here is to reinitiate the Group 2 activities so that the final BART Phase 3 accepting activities can begin, and that will give us an indication of how smoothly that's going to go. And at that point, we should be able to forecast a revenue service date.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 3, the discrepancies list. So, Jorge, you had mentioned a number of discrepancies the last time. Can you denote how many new discrepancies since you reported last month?
Actually, 0. We suspended BART Phase 3 testing on November 25th in order to get us a chance to get out there in the corridor and to address this ever-growing list. So it is frozen. We have identified several issues that we're working on the side, but the 1447 that was as of November 25th is frozen in time.
But it's frozen, you're saying, then, because BART is not out there looking for discrepancies?
That's correct.
Okay, so it could very well continue to increase.
With the approximate remaining 25% of the Phase 3 testing, yes, there's a possibility that they could find additional ones.
Okay. And I also recall in prior reports, as was indicated by a speaker, a different sort of breakdown where there were serious discrepancies. So I'm not asking for any more details today, but what I would like to see is sort of the same format. And what we've seen is a number of different formats of reporting the discrepancies. It makes it very hard to kind of follow what's happening, what's changing. And so I'd like to see a similar format that gives us the details we maybe can compare to from the last prior months, especially if it looks like we may have still a number of months ahead of us. And these discrepancies are going to be what, is limiting us on the next slide, which you can go to the next slide, on this TBD, for actually the revenue service date. And more importantly, when we're going to get into the BART operations phase 3 testing again. You mentioned that there's conversations on, once again, combining. I wanted to see maybe yourself, Jorge, and Dennis, in regards to the benefit that we felt we had out of the combination of having BART and our staff, our contract staff, on site doing the combo of work. How much time do we think we may have saved in that regard? And it sounded like there was a lot of troubles with that, and then that's why we have stopped that at the moment. But now you're saying that we may go back to something like that to try to speed things up, which it sounded like, again, it sounds like the same story. And so I'm just kind of curious, was that beneficial, and is there a benefit to trying to do that again rather than what we're doing now, which is just pausing that and completing our side of the work?
Okay, let me clarify a couple things. BART staff is out in the field with us constantly. What was happening that made it very difficult to conclude the work is really the remaining pre-revenue operations. So that we're not planning to overlap with the testing and resolution work. With regard to the work that in the light blue here on Group 1, that is a very large number of items that the team was struggling to coordinate around with the presence of the pre-revenue operations. And for the sake of simplicity, we simply baseline that activity of phase 3 testing. In other words, suspended it so that we could organize around addressing the number of discrepancies that have been identified. And we're considering whether or not we can reinitiate the phase 3 testing and the resolutions thereof during that period, which is not extraordinary. In other words, phase 3 testing and the resolution of discrepancies thereof ordinarily go together. But because we had difficulty at first, we wanted to get some history behind us on the known phase 3 testing discrepancies before we reinitiated the testing again. So it's not incompatible. What really was problematic was the pre-revenue operations, which consume most of the track time.
Okay, that is very helpful. And so this 25% remaining is what we're talking about under this number 2 activity. And that, as you're saying, is not extraordinary to do that work together. We've temporarily paused that. So I do see value then in combining that work, and I do hope we can get to that sooner than later. And if that's not going to be the level of work that was really impeding us from fixing all the discrepancies, I would be supportive of that. And partly why I would be supportive of that sooner than later is just because we may be out there addressing a discrepancy that we could, as we have done in the past, address other discrepancies that would be saving some time. But if we're not going to conclude that work, that 25% of work, then we're not knowing what else is on that list. So hopefully we can actually get to that. That was my only other concern. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on this? Mr. McAllister and then Mr. Diap.
Yeah, I recall in one of our workshops that we had over at the VTA headquarters last year that you were talking about funding. And when I saw this thing, 10% design and so forth, that there was a $600 million deficit or gap, and that you were possibly going to use private PP3s to try to fund that gap. Are you making progress on that? And was it the 10% design that you were sort of going, or did you go further to the next level that there was? I remember something about percentage design?
I understand the question. Thank you. So none of that has changed since our last presentation. What we're doing now is assessing the work product, including a cost estimate, and confirming it with assumptions. The challenge that we have in this program is under the expedited project delivery pilot program, we're essentially trying to make a funding application at a 10% design level, which ordinarily has a very large variability in the reliability of cost estimating. So the other aspect of it is that FTA ordinarily exercises a great deal of scrutiny over the applicant's information because they usually have a very large stake in the program. In this case, they've limited their involvement to 25% and shifted that burden onto VTA. So this period that we're in right now for phase 2 is a period wherein VTA is conducting its own due diligence and scrutiny over the information that we're developing to assure that the entire project package is something that we have confidence in. So we're working directly with FTA, and they, as I said, as we reported earlier, they're looking to us to guide them as to how best to go through this program. And the issues that you raise are most concerning in that you need to have the cost and funding and schedule and balance with your scope. So this is the process we're going through right now.
Okay, thank you.
Lon, and then Dave. Lon, and then Dave.
So just very quickly, last time we were presented with this, you were telling us how there were a number of discrepancies, but some of them were, I guess, true discrepancies, and some of them were just things that they were pointing out that really aren't discrepancies. So I'm curious, of the reduced numbers, how many of them are actually, we resolved them, and how many of them are, they agreed that a non-flushing toilet should not be required to flush?
Okay, well, roughly the 757 discrepancies that were deemed to be required for revenue operations, we currently have over 100 that we're discussing and debating various components of it. It may well be legitimate work, but maybe we're debating whether it's actually required for revenue operations. It can take a punch list type of status. And as of today, I think we're about halfway through that list of moving them out of the required categories. So we're making some progress, but it's just the ability to talk with Bart day to day and get these things resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
This is really, that was a good segue. It was half of the two questions I wanted to ask. So the other question is that discrepancy list, which sounds an awful lot like a punch list. As I read the report, you were indicating you expect to be complete with it by early February. That's 3 weeks away. I mean, do you actually have some kind of a schedule that has 50 or 100 or whatever the number is of items on it with at least an aspirational date or agreement as to when you're going to resolve it? Is that something you can share with us?
Yeah, we do. Actually, I have a copy of it here in front of me, but we don't have anything we can project. What we did in November when we had to take a step back and make sure that we had a game plan to address all these discrepancies is we crewed up. We developed a crew-based schedule. So each discrepancy is now identified to a specific generic discipline, and those disciplines are being scheduled out. So the 747 are now programmed out to be executed. We're working on a 2-week look-ahead schedule that's updated on a daily basis.
And I thought you said you had 100 left. Now you're back to 747. I'm getting mixed up here in terms of your response to.
Okay, so on November 25th, we had 757, that were required for revenue operation. The official count as of Friday of last week, which is when we report out, was 484. Of those, some were in dispute, some are actually been resolved, but we're not declaring victory on any discrepancy until we actually have a document that says it's closed. So
we have 484. What I'm asking you is just, you have something that you can distribute to us later. I don't need it right now.
Absolutely.
Off agenda. Yes. Tomorrow is fine. That shows the 484 from Friday with a 3-week schedule that shows how you're going to close those out. Well, I apologize. 3 weeks is a little aggressive. You didn't say the 1st of February. You said early February, but essentially a month schedule that says this is the commitment everybody's made to get these things closed out That's really my question. And if you do have a work plan like that, how confident are you that it can be achieved? How much of it is aspirational, and how much of it is, look, we know we can, again, consistent with my colleague to the left, the question is that we can knock these out. These are relatively black and white issues. We either fix the item, or the other side's going to agree that we don't have to fix it.
We can provide you with our working plan, with a crew-based schedule, and also make an assessment about what our confidence level is that the crews can actually get that work done.
I think that would be helpful, and it's not a matter of trying to pin you down on a certain date. I know there's been concerns about overpromising, and inadvertently under-delivering probably, but honestly, when we're too generic about this at this level here, I know you're not. I know you're very specific in your day-to-day work, but when we're too generic about it here, I think for the public and for some of us, and I have done a lot of punchless items, building things back in the day when I was in that business, it sounds like perhaps more of a mess than it is. It sounds like a big mess, and because I do believe there's a high level of professionalism here, I'm suggesting it's probably not such a mess, and that you have a very regimented schedule and plan for getting this stuff wrapped up. I just think it would be good to distribute that in as much detail as you can. Just a chronology. I don't think we need detailed descriptions about how things work. It's item, just like a true punch list. Item, when we think it's going to be worked out. This Friday, next Friday, 3 Fridays out. That would be very helpful at this point.
We understand. Many of these discrepancies, again, if we knew the solution, we probably wouldn't have the problem. So it is a matter of going in there and opening the can and seeing what's inside. So we might be able to resolve a discrepancy in an hour. It might take 2 different shifts, but we can certainly provide you with a level of confidence and a plan forward for how we're going to address them.
No level of confidence may mean on some of those items you have no level of confidence, but it still feels like less of a mess than us not being certain here as we sit here today, as I sit here today out of 484, what your confidence level is on anything. Again, I believe you guys have an idea what you can wrap up and what's going to be lingering. I just think that should be shared with us. Thank
Gentlemen, do you know understand what's being requested of you? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for the report. Move now to item, that was an informational item, so I'm going to move to item 7.3, and this is an action item. This is the 2020 appointments to the boards, standing committees, joint powers boards, policy advisory boards, and ad hoc committees. The first thing I want to say is for everybody who gave me your wish list, you got it. Everybody who didn't, bad, bad, bad. I'm kidding. Most of you, and for those of you, let me just say this. Everybody who called me at the last minute, I've totally done that to someone else, so don't feel bad about it. But I did want to just say one thing. It made me very excited that you all you were taking your assignment so seriously that you were interested in what you were doing. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve. I just want to make one comment. As part of the recommendations, I am putting forward myself, Dev, and Jeannie to be on the Caltrain board. As part of the Caltrain board, I will be representing VTA as part of a governance subcommittee or ad hoc committee at Caltrain to take a look at governance as issues have been raised by me and other members here. So I'll be representing you in that. And the second thing is that we have requested from staff that each county that's participating, each property, contribute 1/3 to independent counsel to march us through this governance discussion. And the reason for that is the only counsel available to us is the counsel to both Caltrain and Samtrans. And so in order not to have any conflicts, we're looking to each board to pay 1/3. That'll be a little over $80,000 and not to exceed $250,000 over 6 months. I am very hopeful that we're going to come to some very good resolutions. So I am requesting a motion for the committee assignments.
I'm ready to move a motion to
accept the 2020 appointments to the board standing committees, joint powers board, policy advisory boards, and ad hoc committees.
Great.
As
May I have
presented.
Thank you. May I have a second? We have a second. Any rigorous debate? Don't even think about it. All right. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Great. We're now going to move to item 7.4, and this is an information item, and this is VTA Sustainability Program and Climate Initiatives. And I want to turn this over to Nuria, and I just want to lay the groundwork for here for a couple of issues. One is this is a non-action item, but I know as part of this item that the staff will be speaking about the climate emergency resolution that Supervisor Cortese has brought forward. And then the other is we have a lot of speakers on this item. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to ask the presenter to be clear and brief. And we're going to then move to the speakers, and then we'll go to board discussion and action. Supervisor Cortese, did you want to make any comments? Would you like to do that after or before Nuria?
Just maybe it's helpful beforehand, especially before speakers come forward, because I don't know what their expectations were. But and I'm sure there's probably a good explanation as usual, but I didn't. I got a kind of a shorthand briefing between my staff and VTA staff on why we don't have an actual draft resolution in front of us that we could kick around a little bit. That was really what I literally did, is took a county resolution, acknowledged that we don't have to do exactly what the county did, but this is a starting point, you know, to bring back a draft for the board to kick around on the resolution side, notwithstanding the sustainability program and detailed or specific climate initiatives. So I'm not sure how we got where we are without an actual resolution before us. And my only concern about that is I'm not trying to be a stickler for what I asked for, I should get, or anything like that, be heavy-handed at all. It's just that it just strikes me that when we're, you know, when somebody asserts that we have an emergency, and I don't think I was the only one, I heard several comments here, it seems odd to sort of defer action on the emergency. It's either an emergency and we move on it, or it's not an emergency, you know, and we study it. So, you know, I just want to get that out here. And my purpose in asking on the front end again is because whatever the explanation is, I'm sure there was some thoughtful approach to this. I would want folks to hear that before they come up and speak, so that there's not misunderstandings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to tee this up. You're going to be hearing from Ann Cullinan, who is the manager of our environmental programs, and Christina Yarowski, who heads up all of our sustainability and energy programs. Yes, we heard you loud and clear, and I just wanted to assure the board and the public that public transportation is, in fact, at the forefront of this climate emergency crises by the programs and the investment that has been made to get more people out of cars and using public transit. So it's not as that we needed a climate emergency to do what we do. We've been doing this all along. We think that we certainly will be bringing a resolution, because this board has not adopted a resolution. And it's more than just doing it in solidarity. It's a resolution because we stand behind the work, the investment that we have made, and the support that you have given us through the programs in our sustainability group over the years. The reason that we did not bring a resolution to you today, but we intend to bring one at the February board meeting, is that I wanted to give the entire board the opportunity to hear from staff on the work that we've been doing throughout the years. As you may recall, we have been given awards and recognitions by our peers in the industry, by cities and others. So with that just as a backdrop, I'm going to ask Ann to just do a very quick summary of what we're doing, what we intend on doing, and yes, there will be a resolution, and yes, there will be an adoption of such resolution by this board. Thank you. Ann?
Thank you.
Okay, in this presentation, I will briefly introduce VTA Sustainability Program, highlight the sources of VTA greenhouse gas emissions, discuss current and future actions VTA does and will do to address these emissions, and give a final recommendation for a climate emergency declaration. We are looking holistically at greenhouse gas emissions within the VTA organization and as Santa Clara County's congestion management agency. VTA Sustainability Program was established by the Board of Directors in 2008. Since then, we have implemented policies, programs, and projects to address our energy use, water use, waste generation, and greenhouse gas emissions. Due to numerous efforts over the years, in 2016, VTA achieved gold level recognition by the American Public Transportation Association for our sustainability commitment. As such, sustainability is included as one of VTA's core values that affects the way we do business. So our sources of greenhouse gas emissions internally. The two primary sources of our greenhouse gas emissions are our fleet and facility energy. The use of fossil fuels associated with our current revenue fleet, the buses, and non-revenue fleet makes up 79% of our total emissions. Facility energy is primarily the use of electricity as well as some natural gas and propane. It makes up 13% of our total emissions. The majority of our electrical usage is attributed to the power to operate the light rail system. Together, fleet and facility energy make up 92% of VTA's greenhouse gas emissions. The reason 2014 and 2015 spiked is due to Levi's coming online and all the service associated with that and the events. So what are some of the actions VTA can do for our business? Green energy is probably the best way to address our electrical usage. So in 2019, many of our electrical utility accounts were automatically enrolled in the Green Source and Green Start programs, which means that a sizable portion of our electricity currently comes from renewable sources. For example, Green Source is 86% carbon-free. In the future, VTA should switch all accounts to 100% renewable energy through the Total Green, Green Prime, or equivalent programs. For solar power, we have installed solar at several of our facilities. We will have the same opportunity to install solar for the BART Phase 2 project. Solar, however, has limitations due to weather and daytime dependency, but with battery storage and other technologies, we can expand the usefulness of these systems and reduce our reliance on the grid. LED retrofits are probably one of my favorite projects, just because of the quick turnaround in investment, 2 to 3 years return on investment. We started LED projects, but we have more to go at some of our facilities. We have a building automation system that controls our lighting and HVAC and so on, and that reduces our energy usage, and we are going to expand that system. For transportation internal, for greenhouse gas emissions related to our fleet, our diesel buses are by far the greatest generations of emission. Our fleet is about 400 buses. Currently, VTA has 5 electric buses in service, and 5 more will arrive soon. California has mandated targets to the state to get the state's transit fleet to zero emissions by 2040. VTA is currently preparing a plan to get our fleet to 100% zero emissions by that time frame. Our non-revenue fleet is made up of service trucks, passenger vehicles and vans, and some electric vehicles. We will continue to purchase electric vehicles as we replace these older ones. Construction and we do obviously have a lot of construction projects. Which generate greenhouse gas emissions short term. We are beginning to require the use of Tier 4 equipment, which is cleaner engines on the construction equipment to address these emissions. For transit-oriented development, VTA is not a land use agency. We do not control where development happens. However, we do work with land use agencies to implement TOD near our transit facilities that will lead to reduced automobile trips and increased ridership on our system. As a congestion management agency, VTA works with local agencies to address multimodal transportation opportunities. Measure B provides funding for several different program areas, resulting in a multimodal portfolio. VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 and Caltrain corridor capacity improvements will generate and expand ridership on these systems. The bicycle and pedestrian program focuses on projects that produce connections to transit, schools, and employment areas. Under transit operations, the next network is here, and everyone is transitioning to the new service. The intent of Next Network is to increase ridership and operate more cost effectively. Also under transit operations, funding is available to address the first and last mile connections. For the big one, the roadways, people do and will continue to drive cars, and traffic, as we all know, continues to worsen. For the various roadway program areas, including highways, the majority of projects are not capacity increasing. They address congestion. Congestion affects solo drivers, carpool drivers, VTA buses, and the large bus fleets and shuttles of certain Silicon Valley companies. Most of the projects, if not all, include a requirement to address complete street elements. Most include operational improvements such as interchange or ramp modifications, along with traffic signal modifications. For these projects that do add capacity, such as some highway segments that will add express lanes to address congestion, revenue generated by these projects can be invested in transit or other transportation modes. All these multimodal projects aim to increase transit ridership or reduce congestion, which ultimately serves to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, going back to the proposed adoption of a resolution declaring a climate emergency, we recommend setting targets to direct efforts to reduce emissions. Our recommendation is to be 50% below our baseline year by 2025 and 70% below baseline by 2040. Our baseline year is 2009, the year we started collecting data. As a point of reference, in 2019, we are about 30 to 35% below the baseline. To achieve the greenhouse gas emissions targets, we are working on a climate action plan that we will bring to the board at a later date. In conclusion, it is a set of actions, certainly some more significant than others, but all addressing VTA's intent to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and meet these reduction targets. Thank you. Christina and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. As I'm going to invite up, we have 20 speakers, so I'm going to go to the speakers first and then to the board. Just one clarifying question I wanted to ask is you said that you'll be bringing a climate action plan to the board. Do you know when that will be?
We're hoping we're going to bring targets first, the sustainability plan, and then probably after that climate action. So I would say summer
of this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it kind of depends on direction because, I mean, I know you have the climate emergency, so we need to get this going.
That's right. I was thinking about days,
Yeah.
but okay, months.
And I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, very quickly that the reason we went through this whole presentation is to show you that we're now with the climate emergency resolution that we're going to bring to you for adoption. We'll be capsulizing not only a statement, but we'll actually demonstrate. We'll have goals established in that action plan that you're going to be adopting.
Great.
And metrics.
Excellent. Thank you. What I'm going to ask of the speakers is I'm going to call you up in groups of a little over 10. I'm going to ask you if you're able to line up and introduce yourselves as you come forward, and that just allows me to make sure that I can find you in here. So I'm going to invite up in the order they got called. Moira, I got their cards. Daniel, Judy, Cole, Marshall, Carolina, Judy, Catherine, and Nick. Welcome.
Good to see you again. I'm still Cole Cameron. I'm glad I could get up here first. I've got a Campbell CERT board meeting to get to after this. So on this topic, I just want to say for our climate emergency, I really want to support that. And I hope that we can get this declaration completed and before us this next board meeting so that we can really see how this is going to state VTA's commitment to improving sustainability transportation within the county. I hope that we can adjust the transit service guidelines to retain service in areas with no other transit options in those areas. I'd like to see us reevaluating highway project based on the new CEQA which is SB 743 standards that will take effect in July of this coming year. Also develop a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero-emission vehicles from the 2 I heard about earlier with all the diesel that we have, increasing the fleet to 750 where we're only in the 400s right now, and we have 84 idle buses right now to improve service to these outer areas. So that we can get this all approved and support our next 5 years. Since this Measure B with the money to support a lot of these actions is now 5 years old, having a review of that I think is really important. Thank you for your time this evening. I hope that was brief enough, and I hope all my colleagues here in the audience can do the same because the night is young.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Maria Merriweather, and I forgot to mention last time I'm speaking today as a member of Mothers Out Front. So I want to also I want to acknowledge our solidarity as people who are deeply concerned about climate change. I'm sure that I'm speaking among friends. I want to urge the board to declare a climate emergency that articulates the VTA's commitment to improving sustainable transportation options in Santa Clara County. I urge the board to adjust transit service guidelines to retain service in areas with no other transit options. I urge the board to reevaluate highway projects based on the new CEQA SB 743 standards, which take effect on July 1st, 2020. I urge the board to develop a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero-emission vehicles and increase the fleet to 750 buses as approved by the voters within the next 5 years. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Again, I am still Daniel Hunt. As I said before, it is with little choice that we must declare a state of emergency in regards to the climate crisis, to the point I butchered last time, as Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson noted on his TV show Cosmos. If we can only see the poisonous gas we're putting in our atmosphere, we would stop immediately. Thus, it is key that this board must take a stand with this declaration that shows VTA's commitment to improving sustainable transportation options in the county, along with Silicon Valley's status as a global leader in technology. We must adjust transit service guidelines to retain services in areas with no other transportation options. We must develop a plan for a zero-emissions MARTA for a whole bus network and to increase the fleet to 750 buses as approved by the voters within the next 5 years. Most of all, we must obey the new law of the land, SB 743, by reevaluating highway projects and separate from the climate emergency, reallocate Measure B funds from highway projects that break this law. Now, the naysayers, the penny pinchers, and since we have returned from the holiday season, the Scrooges argue that such ambitious visions and even the humble goal of preserving existing routes are impossible. To them, I would like to end on the note of the immortal words of RFK, whose last campaign stop was here. As to why this board should ignore them and their humbugs. Some men see things as they are and ask why. I dream of things that never were and ask why not. So my question to everyone for these goals would be, why not? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judy Young, and I would like to urge the board to declare a climate emergency, and I'm glad to already hear that there is a goal of getting people out of their cars and into public transportation. And some of the measurable things or specific things that can be done is rebuilding the bus network with zero-emission vehicles, and I would like to urge the board to reallocate Measure B towards the transit operations to improve bus services. One measurement that I learned a long time ago, a simple way to put it in terms of trying to get people out of their cars and into public transportation is get people where they want to go when they want to get there. Time is usually, for a lot of us, the big issue with taking public transportation. From my experience, when I travel downtown, I can easily take light rail because for me to drive and park versus taking light rail takes roughly the same amount of time. Taking buses throughout San Jose is a different story. Sometimes there are places where it can take me 30 minutes to drive. It can take me 2 hours to take a bus. That's a much harder choice, and so I don't take buses nearly as often as I take light rail. And so that's why I would like a measurement to be included in this plan that talks about getting people where they want to get to when they need to get there. So time is a very important factor for getting people out of their cars and into public transportation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges, and thanks very much to the board. I'm glad that you are considering the climate emergency. And I hope that you can reevaluate highway projects based on new CEQA standards that will take effect on July 1st this year, and develop a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero-emission vehicles and increase it to 750 buses as voters approved within the next 5 years. And I also agree that improving light rail times with the traffic light coordination, as someone discussed earlier, would definitely help make it easier to take light rail, because if I'm going up to the Mountain View area from downtown, it takes so long to get there that even if I take parking into consideration, I usually decide to drive. And I'd like to be out of my car more. I live in a transit-focused complex. I'm one of the 50% of the tenants who have a car parked on site. But it just takes so long to get around, and that's the main reason why I don't take VTA locally as much as I should. I do sometimes, but it just takes so much longer. And I'm lucky that I live in downtown, a transit-focused complex. There's so many people who live in areas that are transit deserts, and it was bad enough after, before the next network, but now even more people are stranded. And people who used to be able to commute to work on the 300 series routes, now they're having to get back in their cars. I think one of my friends is considering getting a second car because neither she nor her husband can get to their employers at opposite ends of San Jose. And it's been a mistake. Hope you can fix it.
As Judy comes forward, I'm going to ask folks to line up again. And one thing I wanted to say is I am going to be strict on the 2 minutes just because I want to be fair with everybody. So Marshall, Carolina, Nick, Jenny Green, Preeti, Macy, Brianna, Ari, Rachel, Perry. Come on down. All right. Thanks, Judy.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Judy Purrington, an activist with Silicon Valley Transit users. Obviously, we all see both more and more efficient transit as being one of the keys to moving forward on a climate initiative. I wanted to relate to you that just today, one of the VTA bus drivers told me how excited he is about the testing that's been going on with the electric buses. He obviously can't wait for VTA to take the next step in climate responsibility, and neither can I. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks. I'm Jenny Green, and I'm a volunteer for Mothers Out Front. We appreciate the climate-friendly actions that VTA has taken so far, but we want to urge you to step up and do a lot more. We urge you to declare a climate emergency and take immediate action to address that emergency. Rebuild the entire bus fleet with zero-emission vehicles, increase the size of the bus fleet, and allocate Measure B funds to expand bus routes rather than shutting them down. For our children and grandchildren, the climate crisis is truly a life-or-death emergency, so please act as if it is one. For their sake, we ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolina Villa, and I'm a junior at Presentation High School. I have previously made a public comment in the VTA board meeting to speak about how important it is to me personally as a working class environmentalist Latina, for the VTA to consider our need to stop depending on cars for transportation, meaning to reevaluate highway projects, improve bus service, and a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero-emission vehicles. Not over a time period of 20 years. We ask to see real and noticeable action as soon as possible because this is urgent.
Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Preeti Raya Prolu. I'm 14 years old and today I'm here to talk about climate change and the effect it has on me. Every day I wake up and hear something on the news about climate change. But what people don't realize is how much this scares me and how nothing is happening to prevent it. I have dreams I want to accomplish, children and grandchildren I want to someday have, and just live life without this constant worry. Every second we waste, this life I wish to have will become closer and closer to out of my reach. People need to understand the urgency of this because ultimately, one generation will pay the price. In some time, climate change won't just be the thing that is constantly talked about. It will become a reality unless we do something about it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Macy, and I am 14 years old. I'm in the Community Service Project at a club at my school. Our focus this year is decreasing our carbon emissions by increasing the use of biking, walking, and public transportation. If you declare a climate emergency, it would encourage students like me to help fulfill that goal. When I was younger, our world was perfect in my eyes. I remember dreaming about lakes so clear I could see my reflection within them, of grassy hills under blue skies, and of forests full of life. I remember feeling so lucky to have been born into a place like this. But growing older, I started to realize that the world I was dreaming of might be just that, a dream, something that existed only in my 6-year-old imagination. Last year, when I was in 8th grade, I went to a school right here in San Jose. We were miles and miles away from the wildfires, but the change in air quality, minor compared to other parts of California, had a drastic impact on our lives. Students were required to stay inside the building at all times, and school even closed for a long period. As today's issue of climate change further intensifies, I'm afraid that more and more of our days will follow suit. Every second counts when facilitating change. But together, I believe that we can bring back the beautiful world that I know we once all dreamed of. For this reason, I urge you to vote in favor of declaring a climate emergency. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brianna and I am 14 years old. Climate change is currently a problem that is affecting the world in many ways that people do not notice. When we look outside, the sky is still blue and the grass on lawns are still green. Well, most of them. But as cars bustle down busy streets and factories produce many of the items we see in markets, carbon dioxide is being emitted into our atmosphere. Though it sometimes seems like climate change has not made a huge impact on the world, we know that climate change is actually causing dramatic changes in our environment. Icebergs are melting rapidly. Hurricanes have already engulfed and destroyed houses on the United States shores as well as other countries. In the past 2 years, California has experienced numerous disastrous wildfires that have caused a vast amount of damage. It is not a coincidence that all of these catastrophes are happening these few years. These are all an effect of climate change. Climate change affects everyone in the world. For several years, California suffered from a drought, the driest in at least 1,200 years. However, the year after, California was the wettest it has ever been. This extreme weather fluctuation is an effect of climate change. Today, you have the ability to take action against climate change and prevent it from becoming worse. If we want to keep the skies blue and the grass green, we have to take action now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ari Feinsmith, and I'd like to urge the board to do 3 things. The first is to reevaluate highway projects based on the new CEQA standards that will take effect on July 1st, 2020. The second is to look into prioritizing at intersections, prioritizing light rail to reduce stoppage time. Because when the light rail comes to an intersection, it often has to wait for the light. And that means light rail trips take longer. There's at least one startup I know of in Israel that can redesign intersections so that light rails and other transit things, buses I assume, can go much faster. And faster transit means more ridership. I'd also like to VTA to look into installing bike racks at all light rail stations. One of the challenges with transit is that the last and first mile segment. If I'm a person who my house is 10 minutes from a light rail station, it's faster for me to bike there, but I might not need my bike at my destination. So it doesn't make sense for me to take my bike with me on the light rail, go all the way to my destination, and lug it all the way back. It's much more convenient if I just park it at the light rail station. So I'd like the board to consider putting in bike racks at all VTA stations, or light rail stations specifically. It's a quick and cheap and effective act. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I'm 15 years old, and I'm also with the Community Service Project. Why are we acting like it's not a big deal that California wildfires in the past 2 years killed almost 100 people, burned millions of acres, and destroyed over 10,000 buildings? Why are we acting like it doesn't matter that rising seas and severe flooding are becoming increasingly common? Why are we acting like it's not climate change that's the root cause of all of these issues? A couple of months ago, I had an experience that taught me that even though most people are aware of climate change, they don't have the encouragement to try hard to take action. A friend had been confused about how to take the bus to get to her house, and my other friend was trying to help her. We asked her why she didn't take the bus every day, and she explained that it was inconvenient to have to wait 10 minutes for it to come. This was why she asked to be picked up in a car every day, even though she knew that her greenhouse gas emissions were harmful to the environment. I have heard many similar thoughts from other peers, which tells me, although the Earth has already increased by 1 degree Celsius, people still don't take climate change seriously enough. They ignore climate change because it's inconvenient for them to take action. I don't bike to school every day because I enjoy waking up 20 minutes earlier. I do it because I think that if everyone was a little bit more aware of the seriousness of this situation, they wouldn't mind a little bit of inconvenience. By declaring a climate emergency, we are telling the city that we need to act now because things are already bad enough. We are encouraging people to care more because climate change is real and it's a big deal.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Perry. I'm 15 years old, and I'm also with the Community Service Project. For our project focus this year, we aim to mitigate our carbon footprint by increasing the use of biking, walking, and public transportation, as you heard. If you declare an effective climate emergency, students and adults alike will be more inclined to help take action to achieve this goal. I would like you to make combating climate change a priority. If I had to guess, I would speculate that most of you are here because you want to help people. I want to help people too. The problem is, I don't know if I'm going to have the chance. A couple of months ago, my friend asked me why I work so hard to combat climate change. She was wondering why I am willing to sacrifice my time, my sleep, and even my education for this cause. I thought about it for a moment, and then I replied with this. I do it so I have more time to spend with the people that I love. I want to have kids when I grow up. I want to sit down next to them and tell them the story of how we beat climate change. I want to laugh with them and make bad jokes and hear about their lives and ask, how was school every afternoon when they come home? I want to live the life of a wife, of a mother, of a grandmother. Because of climate change, though, I don't know if I'm going to have the chance. I'm not only here representing our community service project. I'm representing my friend just out of college who wants to have kids but is afraid of bringing a child into a world where we are facing such an urgent crisis, where kids are having to take the lead to face this emergency. I'm here representing youth around the world who want to have a future, because we need a future to be the future. Thank you.
I'm going to, as Tom comes forward, I'm going to ask, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names, Boovie, Monica, Wyan, James, Scott, Mary, Betsy, Robin, and Nikita. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Tom. I've jumped the queue. This is my 70th winter. I have a question. How do you do a highway project, or a highway project or a road project that solves congestion but does not add capacity? Can anybody answer that one? It sounds like 1984 doublespeak. We know what the solution is. The report that we heard talked all around the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is the 500,000 cars on 101 and 280 and 17 and 680 and 87, and there's 85. I'm probably forgetting some. That's what we've got to solve. It's not, updating LED lights. It's the biggie. What we need more than anything else is decision makers with backbone. A lot of people aren't going to like it when it becomes harder to drive. A lot of people aren't going to like it, because they sell gas. But it's the right thing to do. You've got to guide this community to a fruitful future for all the kids that were here and hoping to have kids and grandkids of their own. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Boovie and I'm 14 years old. We are a generation of youth who have grown up witnessing some of the highly catastrophic events caused by climate change. For instance, the devastating and recurring wildfires happening right here in the very state that you and I reside in. These wildfires burning in California are a constant reminder that our changing climates are powerful drivers of events that are changing people's lives for the worst. All it takes is one tiny spark, just one spark to burn down an entire city, an entire community. For example, the Kincaid Fire in Sonoma County, located only 2 hours north of here, has burned over 76,000 acres of land, an area twice the size of San Francisco. I can only imagine how many people lost their homes, their savings, their entire city, and most importantly, the lives of loved ones. As the fire engulfed their surroundings, I can only assume the two main questions floating through people's minds were, will I be alive tomorrow? Or will I be houses? Will we be able to fight these flames? Or will the fire steal the lives of our children right in front of our eyes? To ignore the link between this one little flame and the global issue of climate change is what puts the lives of millions at risk. Very soon, you and I, all of us living right here, could be the victims of the next unpredictable fires. We could be the ones losing everything in a matter of seconds. But if we work together and use this opportunity to do something about it, we can help prevent a catastrophe like this from happening in the future. This is why I feel so strongly about climate change and why I urge all of you to vote yes to declare a climate emergency. Thank you.
My name is James Kuzmo. I wanted to actually specifically
address a couple of things that are brought up in the presentation. First, on this recommendation itself, since the VTA is a transportation agency and has a lot of power and thus responsibility for transportation in the county, I would hope that any recommendation or any declaration would include targets for greenhouse gas emissions for transportation in the county as a whole, rather than focusing purely on the buses and trains and buildings that the VTA itself operates. How that gets to some of like what Tom was mentioning, where there are things that makes, like say switching to electric buses, that may make sense on its own merits for things like costs of running them, but if it becomes an issue of allocating resources towards that versus say running diesel buses more that would get cars off the road, I don't know which one makes more sense from a perspective of purely reducing emissions. And so it seems like it would be good to have a target of reducing emissions for transportation in the county as a whole, rather than focusing purely on the things the VTA operates. The other thing I wanted to note that was brought up in the presentation was, I believe Anne made a comment about the congestion affecting multiple modes of transportation, which certainly is the case, but it's also that if you, especially if you're willing to do things like create bus lanes, encourage signal preemption, congestion doesn't have to affect, congestion in single occupancy vehicles doesn't have to affect buses. It doesn't really affect bikes. It doesn't really affect the Caltrain. It does affect the light rail, but only because it has poor signal preemption. So there's options if we're willing to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Wyan Trong. I'm a climate activist with Mothers Out Front, South Bay, and Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. There's a 30-year lag between greenhouse gas emissions and their effects. The ferocious wildfires, the droughts we are seeing are the effects of greenhouse gases emitted before 1980. So what does our future look like here in California? Let's look at hotter countries. Australia is currently fighting about 130 fires, which are still raging out of control. According to research by UC Berkeley, in India, extreme financial stress and ongoing drought due to climate change may have contributed to the suicides of nearly 60,000 Indian farmers and farm workers over the past 3 decades. Here, farmers are being driven out of business in the Central Valley due to drought. And what about when birds and other insects start dying from the heat and or drought and start falling to our streets? We are losing our pollinators, and that, coupled with drought, spells disaster for our food supply. We can reverse the climate crisis by removing carbon from the sky, but that can only work if we stop pouring carbon into it. A single bus carrying 70 passengers can take 70 cars off the road. Bring buses to the levels promised by measures A and B and improve service, and you can reduce traffic cheaper and faster than we can expand highways and BART. You have a chance to make a huge dent, not only in traffic, but in reducing carbon emissions. Declare a climate emergency. We need elected representatives who respond to the climate urgently. What will you do to step up your game?
Hi, my name is still Monica Mallon, and I really want to thank staff for the update, and I want to thank all of you for everything that you've done so far, and Supervisor Cortese for the climate emergency referral. And as I've said in many public comments throughout last year, I really think that you all need to think about the role that this agency plays in combating the climate crisis. So I want to encourage you all to add a few things to the staff recommendation. The first is to adjust transit service guidelines to retain service in areas with no other transit options. The second is to consider signal preemption for all buses and light rail. One of the biggest complaints about VTA is that it's slow, and this is something that would really help to address that. The third is to reevaluate highway projects based on new SB 743 standards that will take effect on July 1st, 2020. And lastly, develop a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero emissions vehicles and increase the fleet to 750 buses as approved by voters within the next 5 years. We really need to go in a much more sustainable direction for transportation in this county and think about ways to fund it. One funding mechanism that I've mentioned many times is a Measure B reallocation, but there are other options available, and there's going to be a huge transit measure coming up on the ballot soon. So really think about this in relationship with that. And I know that some of you don't see public transit as the future, but I do. As I said previously in my last comment, I'm a student at San Jose State, which is one of the only places in the county where the majority of people, in this case students, commute using VTA and sustainable transportation every day. We are the future. Sustainable transportation is the future. Please prioritize it. Please invest in it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Magus. I am an incoming member of the Santa Clara City Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. I am speaking for myself tonight. The previous speakers have underscored very well the degree and the need for declaring a climate emergency. I travel primarily by bicycle, falling back on VTA when things are too wet or too far or too dark for my preferences riding. I might be the only person in my office who rides the buses with any regularity, and that is because they take a long time. I can get to the 5 miles to my office on a bicycle in under half an hour. On buses, that same 5 miles takes me close to an hour. And all of the people who are driving are not going to get out of their cars when it takes twice as long, when it takes transferring between buses that don't line up with each other, when there's no way to get home at 10 p.m., or when the bus doesn't go to an outlying area, or it doesn't come anywhere close to either end of their trip. So the transportation is an enormous proportion of the greenhouse gases that Santa Clara County emits. Statewide, it's 40%. Locally, it's higher than that, I know. We are not going to solve that problem without fixing the public transportation so that it is faster and more reliable and goes later.
Thank you. As our next speaker comes up, I'm going to call names one last time. Robin, Nikita, Scott, Nick, Marshall, and Blair. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Mary Williams, and I've been a resident of West San Jose District 1 for 30 years. I'm part of the Orchard City Indivisible Environmental Justice Working Group and a member of the Climate Reality Leadership Corps, trained by former Vice President Al Gore to communicate the scientific facts of global warming and climate change and advocate for timely, just solutions to reduce and ultimately eliminate greenhouse gases to address the impacts of the climate crisis. So I urge the VTA board to declare the climate emergency so all policies and actions taken by the organization will prioritize addressing the climate crisis for the emergency that it truly is. This is an existential crisis that requires everyone, and we all need to make every effort to implement the solutions we already have available to us. One way that was mentioned earlier is that to develop a plan to rebuild the entire bus network with zero-emission vehicles, and I'm glad to see that that's already begun. I would also urge the board to vote in favor of moving forward with a Measure B reallocation to improve the bus service in Santa Clara County, in addition to services reaching more county residents that have no other transportation option. Improving the bus service and will increase ridership and encourage people to move out of their cars. I typically ride my bike for my 6-mile commute to my work from West San Jose to Cupertino. Inclement weather days, I use Route 56, which was formerly Route 26, but it only has service every 30 minutes and frequently runs late. So I encourage improvements in this area as well. Thank you.
Hi, Scott Mace again. I live in San Jose. I'm an empty nester. I grew up in Sunnyvale. I graduated from San Jose State, raised a child in the East Bay, and moved back here 2 years ago. Back in 2016, the group Transform weighed in on Measure B and looked at the impact on carbon emissions of your various options in Measure B. And I would recommend that you look back at their report. They did an analysis that found that increasing bus operations would reduce vehicle miles traveled per weekday more than 6,000 miles per $100 million in spending. Conversely, enhancing expressways would add more than 6,000 vehicle miles traveled per weekday per 100 million in spending. So I think those analyses are still valuable. I'd also like to caution the board about thinking that innovation, quote unquote, will replace traditional buses. I've been a technology journalist my whole life. I've studied technology extensively. At a previous meeting, I shared with staff a study noting that TNCs, such as Uber and Lyft, are actually increasing congestion in cities, and that autonomous vehicles may actually also do so. We don't know the science yet. So don't use this declaration of an emergency, which we hope that you pass, as a pretext to abandon buses in favor of unproven experimental changes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin, and I agree with much of what the previous speaker has said so eloquently. I think in this debate it's really important to make a distinction between, on the one hand, VTA as a transit operator, and I think much of the presentation focused on the sustainable efforts of that, and VTA as a regional decision-making body where we come together to discuss regional transportation policy. And I think most of the speakers have addressed that context. And I think both things can be true, that VTA is an award-winning sustainable transit operator, and we as a region fail to meet our climate goals, because transit is only a very small part of our climate goal, climate greenhouse gas emissions. So I think it's really important to keep those separate. One is fairly easy as a business issue, and one is a very political issue. So for me, the purpose of the climate declaration, emergency climate declaration, is for us to really come together, the different cities and the county that are representing our region, and to say, yes, we will make the climate change and dealing with climate change a priority in how we do transportation policy. Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Nikita Sinha. I'm the Walk San Jose Program Manager with California Walks. I'm also a lifelong resident of San Jose District 1, and I ride the light rail every day to work. I don't think I have a lot to say that hasn't already been said. I think I kind of want to emphasize that we saw just now 14 and 15-year-olds coming up and talking about the sacrifices that they're making in their day-to-day life, the consciousness that they're putting into their commutes to use active transportation. That's so incredible. And I think it's really the responsibility of an organization like VTA to make that choice as easy as possible, and make sure that, you know, it's not a high schooler's responsibility to go out of their way to solve climate change, but they're doing that, and it's the responsibility of your organization to support that as much as you can, as well as support that behavior in the rest of this county's population. I also want to just say that complete streets and bike ped facilities are incredibly important for addressing climate change, and VTA has a role with providing safe access to transit. In my position with Walk San Jose, I've heard too many times about people who have had either close calls getting to light rail stations, or family members sharing about their family members being killed between transit stations and stops. So safe access to transit is incredibly important, and a big part of creating a safe and accessible system that everybody in this county is able to use. So thank you again for your work, and thank you to staff for your work as well.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to thank you for your work on this issue. It's been my feeling that the VTA has been locked into kind of a tough policy situation for about 10 years now, and you know, this is really a chance to break out of that, and it's exciting and hopeful. I mean, I think everyone in this room during our public discussions over the past few years has easily mentioned to ourselves, it would just be nice that we can concentrate on good public transit and those sort of issues and how that can grow. but we're continually locked in by federal agencies, by state agencies. Currently, the current President Trump has created, smog emission standards for California to try to lower, I think, the standards, and that kept California in a bind for a while, and they returned with this very important Green New Deal, and it's very interesting work. And once again, I thank the work of David Cortese and the VTA staff, who, they have seen that there is a chance that we can also work towards a Green New Deal here as a VTA, and that we can do that together at this time is very hopeful, and I'm hopeful for what you can do. And to once again remind, the public transit ideas, that's kind of a foundation for all of us, and I think we all have created good lives and good practices for ourselves from learning from public transit governance. So I hope in the future, when we talk about the Green New Deal, how we bring in our public transit ideas to this process can be used a lot, and it can be important to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers. I know the youngsters probably had to get back and do some homework, but they were very talented and very engaging. What I would like to do is see if there are any comments or questions from the board. I'm going to ask people to be focused in their comments and questions, and the reason is we've got a couple of other items that we need to address, and I'll start with you, Rob.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank you for your report. Last year, if you recall, your report was on the consent calendar and didn't get much attention, and I actually made a comment so that it had a little bit of attention, so thank you for actually giving a presentation this time. I did want to address, it was unclear to me if this chart is really VTA passenger miles, greenhouse gas per VTA passenger mile, or the total for the region. I wanted to caution against, because I know we're doing a lot of good stuff, but, based on last year's report and your report now, we're doing a lot of good stuff about getting VTA's emissions down, but I want us to be thinking regionally when we create our goals. If we create kind of a silo goal, you were talking about creating goals, if we create kind of a VTA silo goal, that first thing we could do is cut all our low-performing bus lines, cut out some passenger miles so that we get a better-looking goal, for example. But that would be sub-optimizing for the region, so I want to make sure we start thinking regionally. I'd also say that I think there's a lot of analysis if you want to start building a climate plan and setting goals that are regional. You're going to need to do, I think, a lot more complicated analysis, and I would recommend looking at working with Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority. Several of us are on the board there. And first, it's kind of like an analogy would be if we went and spent all our money and bought electric buses, we'd be great for our emissions for what we've generated. Silicon Valley Clean Energy did the same thing. We buy 100% carbon-free electricity, but then we started thinking, okay, how do we go beyond regionally? How do we get building electrification so we get more electricity? How do we get more chargers out there so more people are changing to electric vehicles? So I would hope that our climate plan moves in that same kind of direction, thinking more regionally. And so the analogy for that is, several people have advocated for let's build our 700 buses into electric buses. Well, at $1 million a bus, that's $750 million to do that, and probably another couple $100,000 to build the infrastructure to charge them. So we're probably at $1 billion to do that. I'm kind of getting maybe above $1 billion. So I would want to see some analysis in our climate plan. Of course we want to move in that direction, but I suspect that's not the best use of our money. We could probably spend money getting dedicated bus lanes, getting signal prioritization, things that, as some of the speakers mentioned, get it faster, things that improve our ridership is probably better if we could significantly improve our ridership, spending even hundreds of millions of dollars versus $1 billion on buses, probably would give us a better climate result than if we just bought all 700 buses. And those are the kinds of of analysis I'd hope we would do in generating your climate plan that you talked about. And you know, it's also things like we just switched to the 90-10. Well, BART hasn't completely come online, but I would be very interested in 6 months or a year after we have some data for that to see, okay, did we have a net ridership increase? Was the reallocation of buses actually good for our environment? How did we do? And then so getting quickly back, I'm almost done, quickly back to the resolution, I think the idea of I agree with Dave that I think the resolution should be helping the board make decisions, not just keeping a good sustainability plan going on in VTA operations, but I think I mentioned it last time, so that when we have big decisions to make, especially on how we spend our money, there's analysis of how that fits into our climate action plan or how it affects the climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually, I just want to say something, you know, in support of what Director Rennie is saying, but also at the same time speak in favor of, you know, my comments was something one of the speakers said, who was here in part representing Climate Reality Project. The resolution itself isn't without detail, because what it's saying is that every single action that we take should take into account the consequences of the fact that we're facing a climate emergency. So it isn't without detail, quite the contrary. It's intended to be overarching. And I think we're, again, Director Rennie, I don't know if this is exactly what you're talking about, but our Board of Supervisors, starting a few years ago when a couple of us started pushing for us, started asking that on certain items, and you got to think county government now, given this example that I'm going to give, not VTA or not municipal government, but that we want a child impact statement on every action that we take, not just on actions that are in our social services agency. We want a sustainability impact report on every single action that is before us. And I should say not every action that we take, every action that comes before us. So just like historically in our municipalities, in our county government, and here, we have a little item on the transmittals that says fiscal impact. And shouldn't we be looking at fiscal impact? Shouldn't we be looking at climate impact? And then for agencies like the county, shouldn't we be looking at other impacts as well? So I think that's fairly aligned with what you're saying. I just want to make sure that the resolution itself doesn't get held up while we are putting the meat on the bones in terms of, you know, how do we want to measure, how do we want to actually implement the embedding of this kind of culture and thinking into our day-to-day operations. And to our general manager, I wholeheartedly agree, having been around long enough to have seen the whole evolution of leadership on climate in terms of the fleet and many other things about VTA. I don't think anyone should be defensive, or nobody is saying that VTA hasn't been doing its fair share. In fact, probably been a leader among transit agencies in the Bay Area and beyond. But this idea that strong agencies like this need to make a call to action to every other agency around us, that you got to be doing the same thing, and we're going to even, you know, try to again embed this even more thoroughly in our thoughtfulness about our day-to-day actions. So I appreciated your opening comments and your response to my concerns about expediency. But I also want to say I was wondering at the end of the last meeting if some of us might be at odds up here about whether we should proceed or not. It sounds like not. It sounds like just a question of how can we make the implementation of what we're doing very meaningful and transparent. Those are my thoughts, and if I'm off base, I would certainly want to be corrected or open to being corrected by anyone.
Thank you, Dave. Glenn?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank all the speakers that came and talked, in particular the students. I'll speak for myself and probably my colleagues. When you get high school students that come speak at any one of the kind of meetings that we go to, council meetings or whatever, students speak, I think everybody's ears perk up a little bit more. Specifically to the light rail timing or signal timings, What you should be doing is you should go be speaking to every one of your city councils. VTA doesn't control the lights. And I'll just tell you, the city of Sunnyvale, we've started a process with VTA so we can actually try and do the signal work that needs to be done. And you need to get the cities to ask to do that, not just VTA. VTA is ready to be open about that. Specifically to the presentation that you guys gave, really good. What I'd like to be able to see, like on this chart, you're talking about what our greenhouse gases are. It'd be great to see what is the estimate of the greenhouse gases that are being reduced because these services are in place. You know, here, we're expending this, but what's the benefit that we're getting in terms of greenhouse gas reduction? And that might be something that we could go ahead and carry forward in our decision making here. If we're going to have a project, what is our greenhouse gas contribution going to be? What is the expected savings? And maybe that would go into our calculation of whether or not that's the right or the wrong thing to do. I think all of us up here as elected officials, we've already been doing in our cities a lot of things about climate change. We could probably all go through a long list of things that we've already been done. And most of them, we started doing those before we had declared climate emergencies. And I think VTA has been doing stuff. So to the real question here, what does it mean to declare a climate emergency? In my mind, it means we'd be asking, you're asking us, or we're asking ourselves to behave differently, to have change. Change in behavior like that, I know nobody's going to want to hear this, usually implies a funding change, a different way of spending money, more money. And kind of to what he was saying, I think I'm kind of going through the list of what everybody's asked for, and that's way more than Measure B, even if you put it all towards it. I think it would be very difficult for me to vote for a climate emergency that ties us to specific actions or changes without actually understanding the financial impact. Somebody said here, climate change, if we do that here, we're going to go to all electric buses. If we don't know what that costs, we are potentially setting false expectations in our public that you're going to say, well, you voted for a climate change, why isn't this thing happening? When we have not mapped out and understand the fiscal impact of what that means. So I am not against saying here there's a climate issue that we need to go ahead and do something about. I think this organization has already started that. But if we just go ahead and have a resolution, and if that resolution is going to tie us to specific changes, it would be very difficult for me to understand or to go ahead and vote for that before I understood how we financially achieve that. Because, again, I just think we would set a false expectation in people's minds. So I'm not against it. I'm just concerned about what it means financially to achieve it.
Great. John, and then Larry, and then I will go last.
So what would we be doing different if we pass this resolution of climate change or climate emergency? Because you have steps already here. So what would we do different?
I don't know that that's a question for them. I think that's a question for us.
Okay.
What they gave us a presentation on was what we're doing so that you were all informed so that because as you probably noticed, we don't have the resolution in our packet. This was an informational item so that we could give feedback.
Well,
so go ahead, give your wish list.
Well, no, because it says potential future actions. I mean, if you're going to come back to us, were you coming with measurements is very important, baseline, so forth. So what do you see that you're...
So some of the potential future actions are potential because they are not funded yet. So we are not doing them automatically.
So going forward, regardless of, we are very proactive in sustainability. What are we doing now, presently, for sustainability?
So that was the presentation they gave us.
So we're not doing anything now? We're not doing...
No, the current actions, if you go look at the...
Well, I know, but going forward...
Okay,
so that's...
if you want to give them feedback about ideas that you have, maybe...
No, I'm just, okay, I was just thinking...
Yeah,
I was just trying to figure out if we're doing anything by passing a resolution, and it sort of goes along with Director Hendricks about, okay, if we do something, what are we going to do different? And that ties back into funding. But I'm trying to figure out that we're already doing quite a bit of sustainability and climate action stuff, and that's why I was trying to figure out to myself, is it going to matter that much difference, or is it going to be effective enough? Instead of just making a statement, we're actually going to be doing stuff, and that's what I was trying to get clarity on. Thanks.
Thank you. Larry?
I actually do have some questions,
Yeah,
if I
go.
can ask some questions. I'm curious, this slide that you just had up, the recommendation for climate emergency declaration, help me understand, one of my colleagues was getting close to asking a question about, is this evaluating on one axis GHG per passenger mile? Is that what this evaluation, is this chart showing us?
So the measure, the net GHG per passenger mile, is basically the difference between our generated emissions, which are the emissions that are directly and indirectly generated by VTA activities, subtracted by avoided emissions, which is emissions that we have taken away because of getting people to switch from cars to transit. And then it's normalized by passenger mile, which basically accounts for the fact that we have a very big service area, and so our passengers tend to travel a lot farther than in other areas. So that's a little bit of an explanation of the metric. And this is a very standard metric that our American Public Transit Association recommends in their guidance.
So then, help me understand further. So this is about how our operations and how our operations affect people's behaviors can change greenhouse gas emissions.
Correct.
Okay. So help square for me this chart with the other chart, sources of VTA GHG emissions. That chart is just our own internal emissions from our operations?
Correct. That's our total emissions from all of our activities, from fleet to facilities to waste and water that we use for our operations, as well as employee commute and a little bit of water.
So this is one of the inputs, if you will, in the other chart.
Correct.
So
that's the generated emissions.
So 16, 17, 18, we see a reduction in our own emissions, but 16, 17, 18, we see an increase overall in greenhouse gas emissions. So do I understand that to mean we're doing a good job with our operations, but there perhaps are more cars on the road, congestion is worse, the overall effect of greenhouse gas emissions is worse in our service area?
Definitely. We've been seeing decreases in ridership beginning in 2016, so that's been a major factor why we have had a little bit of an increase in our GHG metric.
Okay. And when you said it's normalized for a metric on per passenger mile, does that suggest that if we were focusing efforts on more longer run routes that we would get more bang for our buck or a bigger bite at the problem?
Not necessarily. I think just getting people out of their cars and into transit, that's one of the biggest differences we can make in greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah. But if we get someone out of their car from a 2-mile ride versus a 30-mile ride, we'd prefer to get them out of the 30-mile ride, wouldn't we?
He's talking.
I think it's a change in behavior,
Yeah.
just changing people's behavior.
I agree with you. Yep. Several of the speakers talked about new CEQA standards coming into effect. Is perhaps what they're referring to that we're going to be looking at vehicle miles traveled?
I would assume that's what they're referring to.
Okay. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I understood that. I think those are the questions that I had. I wanted to just, I support the things that my colleagues have said. I do think that we should include discussions both about our own operations and how our operations affect change in people's behaviors. And I think those two, looking at those two different things and those costs of those are going to, be informative about how we should be spending resources. When I first looked at this, I thought, oh, well, great, we should try to get all of our buses to be electric. But as my colleagues have pointed out, that's pretty expensive, and maybe that same amount of money would actually lower greenhouse gases in faster measure or larger chunks by doing different things. And so I think that, rather than the knee-jerk reaction that I had, and that analysis is going to be super important for us. So I appreciate you bringing this to us. I'm interested in looking at a resolution. I'm not interested in looking at a resolution just so that we can say it's an emergency, but that we can say we're going to do something about the emergency, and that there are some things in there that we want to analyze. There's some things that we want to change in the way that we operate, and there are ways that we want to use our operations to change people's behaviors in order to really affect change. Thank you.
Respond to that?
Yes, thank you. I am so heartened by this conversation, not only the feedback we received from the members of the public, but the suggestions, recommendations that the board members have made in the past few minutes. Just wanted to make 2 points. Buses really emit about 33% lower greenhouse gases per passenger mile than a single occupancy vehicle. So that in itself speaks volumes. And when Christina was referring to this chart and talking about how it's normalized, it's based on those standards. It's recognized. So, and I think everyone here understands that, and that's why you've heard such a positive clarion call from the public as to urging us to take this posture. And then the other thing, too, is keep in mind that CARB has mandated a zero-emission bus by 2040. Yes, there's different options to get to zero emissions. As a board, we brought a recommendation to move towards electric buses, and so we have a plan to implement that. So yeah, it is expensive, but that's a decision that we have made, and we will continue to explore that as we bring forth updates to our fleet management plan and how we're going to achieve that. By 2023, I believe we have to provide our plan to CARB as to how we're going to get there, and we would have had to make some inroads, and we're making those inroads. Now, electric buses are not a panacea. They're not without their challenges. We have, unlike cities that are just dealing within a small square mile area, we have long distances that our buses travel. And that means that we would need more buses per distance than others. I think it's a 1 to 1.2, and you look at the hybrid that we have today versus the electric as we're moving forward. And then more importantly is charging, and where we have those, where we get the charging stations. And I mean, it's a very complex process that is not easily solved by going and buying off the shelf and saying we can check the box because we've complied with the mandate. And so there's some further conversations that we would like to have through our committee structure about how we get there, what some things would need to be possibly legislated to assist, and then funding. You could get a diesel bus at $250,000, but an electric bus is $1 million. So there you go. So with that, Madam Chair.
So we have Mayor Liccardo. I almost said Supervisor Liccardo. Mayor Liccardo gets the last word. So if you can share his mic, and then I'm just gonna wrap up with a couple of next steps, and then we're gonna move on. Thank you, ladies.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you. I just had one quick question about the electric buses and the fleet, and knowing that this is an asset. I know we've already been testing, VTA has been looking at ways to offset peak power issues, and interesting experiments are going on, which are, I think, going to be very helpful for us. I'm just curious if there have been any conversations with other local jurisdictions, because in San Jose, we're actually on Tuesday, I hope, going to be directing staff to start talking to some local school districts about how we can engage in partnerships with them, essentially to pay them to reserve electric buses as mobile energy sources, because cities, obviously, throughout the state are encountering these power safety shutoff events and other threats to our electric grid, and being able to run critical facilities with the assistance of a stored but mobile electric source would be a great asset, and it may help cut some of VTA's costs and procurement. And I'm just wondering if you guys have started those conversations at all, and has San Jose reached out to you at all?
Christine, I don't know if you want to address this, but I know Gary can.
Oh, interesting.
Gary Misko, the Chief Technology Officer. So we've actually been doing a lot of work in the whole area of how to charge these vehicles, how far we can get them. There's still a lot of technology development still going on with electric vehicles. So, the whole, ZEV vehicle, program is got a lot to go do yet. We've done everything. We've been looking at like energy storage, and I think with your school buses, hits that, is in a kind of a great spot, because you can actually charge this when you got solar energy. You can charge the school bus in the middle of the day when the power company really has overgeneration, and you actually may be able to actually get, excess money and that by doing that. And that's also, you'll be able to, better manage, where the power company all of a sudden has major overgeneration, and then you'll be able to really, use that energy and actually make money.
Yeah, and Gary, I'm aware of that opportunity. I'm actually talking about a slightly different one, which is cities throughout the state right now are wasting money on diesel backup generators, and I'd rather not spend any San Jose dollars on a fossil fuel backup generator. I'd much rather go partner with a school district or VTA to know that there's a mobile electric bus that'll be driven over to the police station if we have a call on it, to be able to be a backup power source. Is that something you guys are engaging?
Well, there's a number of things that we've been engaging in that area. We've been talking to, the California Energy Commission is hopefully coming out with an EPIC grant to go look at alternative energy storage solutions and energy generation. As you know, right now we already generate 2.1 megawatts per hour in the summer. And our Cerrone yard and some of the others could be expanded. We're talking to other companies on unique and new ways of generating power, so that, how could we generate more of our own energy at our yards, or even some unique ideas of, generating energy off-site and actually being able to, in thermal energy, and then actually truck the thermal energy in where we'd be able to use it.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of new concepts being done here that would allow us to become more of an energy generator, and then actually not depend on PG&E as much.
Yeah, I think this is a very important subject. The time is now, because we're all dealing with this, and we're all looking at the same horizon. So we will follow up with the City of San Jose and see if we can leverage that.
Much appreciated. And
see if we can include other cities and other groups. So great.
yes, but San Jose first, I hope.
Take his mic.
Just joking. And just want to offer, look, if there was, I don't know if our council would even allow us to, but since it's not an action item, but it seems to me a resolution isn't really much of an action. Is there any way we can just vote on the resolution and then talk about all the other actions? I'd hate to go through all this testimony all over again for something that's so self-evident to all of us, which is we've got a climate emergency.
We don't have
It's
the
not
document,
possible.
no, but thank you for trying.
All right, I thought I'd try.
What I'd like to do is, there's no action to be taken. I think the staff got direction. I want to thank Ann and Christina for your unsung hero work. Now all of a sudden we've all woken up and now we're bugging you. So we're really excited about this, and we know we're going to get the resolution back next month. Along with and I'll work with staff, and I would encourage you all to, you got a lot of feedback, and reach out if you feel like you need to do that. And by the way, if any of you have any ideas before that comes back, feel free to reach out to staff directly. Thank you for that discussion. We're going to now go to item 6.3, and item 6.3 was taken off consent by Mr. McAllister. And so, John, do you want the staff to make a presentation, or do you just have questions?
I had a question.
Okay.
On their first page, wait until they. Okay, so on your first page of the action item, the very last paragraph states that the VTA estimated of state of good repair backlog or funding gap is based upon a 5-year unconstrained estimate of all capital needs and estimated to be $250 million. So what do you mean by unconstrained? I'm trying to understand that.
Good evening. Raj Pinath, Deputy Chief and CFO. First of all, disclaimer, this is not our report, this is the Auditor General's report, but I can comment on your question. Unconstrained means if both resources, finances were no object, then, and we could replace everything whenever the useful life expired, this is what we would be looking at in terms of expenditure.
Okay, because then it goes on and says the funding constraints represent an operational or financial risk to VTA. So how do you interpret that question, or that line? Of what kind of a risk is it to us? That we won't be able to keep our equipment?
I'm sorry, Mr. McAllister, can you please repeat that?
On the last line, it says the funding constraints represent an operational or financial risk to VTA.
Again, I don't want to speak for the AG, but I'll take a crack at that. Just because something, for example, the useful life is an accounting term, also an FTA-defined term. Just because useful life of a bus is 12 years based on FTA, based on accounting depreciation method, doesn't mean we can stop using it. So if we were to replace, so their comment is based on assuming the real life also expires based on an accounting useful life, and if the funding is a constraint, that is a risk. That's what they're trying to say in this.
Because I know when we were talking about getting equipment for light rail, that to keep it up in state of good repair is very expensive because it's a unique property or equipment, and same as BART is sort of very unique equipment too. And I'm looking down the road that says, what should we be reading into this as we look forward, or what consideration is VTA doing to know that if they have to replace this equipment, could that $250 million gap be greater or smaller, or how do we address it down the road?
I wouldn't read that as a gap in investment. There is a note number 4 on this. I would look at that a little bit closely. This is all based on replacing everything with like kind of fleet, equipment, and assets. If technology changes, there could be cost efficiencies. There could be different types of fleet requirement. That's not factored into this. This is all predicated on replacing exactly what we have now.
Okay, that helps. That clarify, because I know there's one or two, or maybe one supplier of light rail cars right now, and it did a tough time, and the same with BART, that the suppliers aren't. So that's what I was concerned about, is that, okay, we can find alternatives, but okay.
That's correct.
That helps clarify. Thank you.
Okay, with that, all your questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have no speaker cards. I'm going to close the public hearing. Are we ready for a motion? Okay, so did you guys get who that was? And with that, please vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on. And let me just say to my colleagues that we have closed session items that require action. So there will be no leaving. And I'm just going to tell you that as we move through the next pieces of it. So we're going to now move to other items, and this is the general manager's report.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to start my report by congratulating you and Vice Chair Hendricks on your new leadership roles. Looking forward to an exciting year, and also to let the new board chairs of our standing committees know that I too am looking forward to working with you. We have a lot of important projects, programs, and initiatives on the docket. And we're expecting to have full quorum at all of our standing committee meetings, so we can get those moved, address your concerns, and that way we can bring forward to the board. I would like to take this opportunity to announce the appointment. I know I sent a memo to you all of David Hill. David Hill, as you remember, he was our Deputy Chief Operating Officer, and he's now the Chief Operating Officer for VTA. David, if you will please stand. He has decades of transit experience and previously held positions at the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency as MUNI, and as well as Dallas Area Rapid Transit, DART, and the Birmingham Jefferson County Transit Authority, to name a few. He comes into a position, but he's very well positioned because he has such a great team that can keep things moving forward and support him. Heidi Samuels is in the room. Heidi heads up she's a deputy for bus. And then he also has Steve Jovel and Lisa Vickery and the new incoming Regional Transportation Service Manager, Andrew Burke, who will also be responsible for paratransit. So a lot of the things that you heard here, we have a new leader in that group, and we'll be able to resolve those concerns of existing and future customers. Next, I wanted to congratulate Board Member Raul Perales, who was recognized as one of the 40 under 40 by the Association of Commuter Transportation for shifting behaviors and transforming communities through mobility solutions. Thank you very much. You continue to shine your leadership on the transportation front, and we not only celebrate you, but well, even if you're a little above 4, it don't matter, but we were very delighted to learn about that. On the good news, you're still under 40. On the good news front, I also want to add that the VTA received an Acquia Engaged Leader of the Pack Award for our travel and transportation category because of our redesign of the website, that it was a user-centered and data-driven approach, and they thought that that was just so awesome that they gave us an award. Cody Krause is in the audience. I will ask Cody if he could just stand, because Cody was the project manager of the website redesign, and because of his creativity, dedication, and hard work, we got it done. It is user-friendly. 4 out of 5 in our survey have said, thank goodness, thank you for making that change. Now, on Saturday, December 28th, as most of you may recall, we deployed our new transit service plan. And we have received a lot of accolades, and we've received a lot of recommendations, and we've received a number of complaints. We have attempted to address them all. We are not even 2 weeks since we deployed it, so there is going to be some bumps in the road. I want to thank the public that has sent us emails, that have called me, that have called you, and that have showed up here today and shared some of those concerns and some of the suggestions that they feel would make life better for them, because that's what we're here. We're in a people-moving business, and our business is to make sure that our customers can get to where they want to go when they want to get there. But it's barely 2 weeks. So we are going to be coming to this board every month and providing updates. Please direct any calls that you get relative to complaints, concerns, or lack of information to our offices through either customer service or through our service planning group, so that we can get on it right away. Lucas is with us in the audience, and he has personally called and met with customers when they have raised concerns, because we want to make sure, even though we can't do it one-on-one for everyone, we want to make sure that you know that we're not dismissing these complaints or thinking about them as early, going through this ride on the early stages where we still don't know what we don't know, but that we are actually taking them very seriously. So with that, I would like to ask Jay Tyree and Brandy Childress if they would just give you a quick update on what we have learned so far.
Great. Thank you, Nuria. Jay Tyree, Manager of Service Planning. So yes, we're 13 days into our new service network, so I'll provide you with a brief, discuss our implementation, the early challenges, and our setup, our process to address the feedback like Nuria was mentioning. So first I want to just reiterate, this is a 40-year event. We have never done anything of this magnitude of our service plan for the VTA's 40-plus year history. So this is a big deal. It's a major change coming after 18 months of community engagement. You all remember the ridership coverage trade-off discussions that we have, the very difficult choices that we made with the community and the board, and Jarrett Walker's help as well. The board, remember, the board did elect to adopt this plan, and it's a very bold plan. It was moving us from 70-30 to a 90-10 network, and so a lot of the feedback that we're getting, even the negative feedback, doesn't mean it's a bad plan. It means it's a bold plan, right? So just remember that, change is difficult. It's not easy. And the last thing I wanted to mention before I talk about the rollout is there's a lot of discussion about cutting service and cutting routes and cutting service in certain areas. I just wanted to mention that every penny of service that we cut in any area was reallocated to somewhere else. So it's good to keep that in mind. You can see here our new system map. You see a lot of red on this map. We really are focusing our service on areas that are transit supportive, that carry more riders, and this is how we're going to achieve the ridership increases with the same service level as we operate today. And that's actually just bus. On the rail, remember, there's an 11% increase in service levels on the rail side as well. So let me get into the rollout. The rollout timing was interesting because it was over the holiday period between Christmas and New Year's, which was actually great because it allowed us to work out the kinks when ridership wasn't so high. Now remember, we were implementing a major change that would normally be implemented in 12 to 18 months in 7 months. So was it perfect? No. We learned a lot, and we have structures in place that we're responding to all the feedback that we're getting, and we're working out all of the issues that we've seen come up. The first example is actually our top priority from minute one was safety issues, any safety issues that have come up. One example I'll use was we discovered very early on Saturday morning that our buses couldn't make a U-turn that we had planned them making at the Lockheed Martin Transit Center. This was our new 523 service up to Sunnyvale, and so we quickly put our heads together, got a plan to kind of reallocate buses in the bays, and so now we no longer are making that U-turn. That was within a few days, and so I just wanted to emphasize that safety was our number one concern, and so we're prioritized those issues. There were plenty of other feedback issues that we handled right away. I'll give a few examples like San Fernando. You all probably know at San Fernando there these temporary bus boarding islands the city put out as a pilot, and we were moving all of our service from San Fernando to Santa Clara Street. And so that initially, the first day, we realized that was causing some rider confusion. And so what we did was we deployed our street team members, which you'll see some on the screen here, to those boarding islands to help people and to tell them, no, there's no service here, it's up at Santa Clara Street. We put up caution tape, we put up signs, there's like 5 signs per boarding island to make sure that our riders understood that service was moving to San Fernando. Another example is the Route 60 stop southbound at the metro station. We had put that in a certain location for operational reasons, but within just a few hours, again, of opening on launch day, we got feedback from the operators, the riders, and our street team that maybe the other side of the street would be better. So within a week, we had moved that to the other side of the street. Finally, the other thing that I'll mention that didn't work out so well for the first few days was we had some head sign issues. Head signs are the digital displays that are above the windows on the buses and the trains. And we discovered, because of some software, I don't know what to call it, like firmware version incompatibilities, some head signs were not displaying for 2 of our routes, the 64AB and the 181. Of course, that's very important for our riders, and so we quickly kind of figured out a plan of action. We made some window signs that the operators could put in the windows so that riders could at least see what buses were coming. We deployed our street teams to those locations, and then we began the work of figuring out what was technically wrong, which actually took 3 or 4 days. So it was a large. We have overcome that though as well. So happy we've put that in the rearview mirror. There's still work that needs to be done. We're working on some beautiful new signs that you might have seen at Eastridge Transit Center. They're beautiful, bright, big signs that help our riders. 3 of the locations we need to do some movement and some other structures on the poles, so those aren't done yet. We haven't rolled out our new signs at Palo Alto Transit Center yet, so those are coming shortly. And we still have some new bus stops we're implementing in San Jose, cities of San Jose and Santa Clara. I do want to mention one issue that is coming up a lot is the light rail network, and you've heard tonight there's some feedback about the missed transfers and misconnections about our light rail network. Our light rail network really does rely on precise timing, especially with these Bay Point transfers. And what we're discovering now is the intersection of First and Tasman. There's 33% more trains going through that intersection every hour, and that's really with the trains and the pedestrians and bikes and all the car auto movements. It's just too much for the intersection, and so trains are backing up upon trains and cars and beds, and it's just really not working well for anybody. So we We've reached out to the city of San Jose, the staff level. We've gotten great response so far, and so we've got a little task force set up to solve that issue. It's going to be tough because there's just a lot of issues at play here. It's a very technical thing. So we're still working on that. Of course, as the general manager mentioned, we're still really collecting all this feedback from writers. It's great feedback. We just got some yesterday, for example, we got a tweet from a writer who said, hey, why don't you make the signs at Diridon Transit Center double-sided, because you're coming up from a train and you have to kind of walk to the other side of the sign to see what route it is. We said, hey, that's a great idea. So we just ordered some new signs today. We can repurpose the old ones, so it doesn't cost us anything, and those will be installed within a week or two. So it's ideas like that we can make our system. It's kind of a good opportunity for us to hear from the writers, because you don't do this often, so we really are looking forward to that feedback. And we're going to get more feedback when all of the colleges are back in session, so San Jose State later this month, for example, so we are looking forward to that. So now I'll ask Brandy Childress to report on what we're hearing and seeing from customers in our street team.
Yeah, this will be quick because you've said a lot of it already. Good evening and Happy New Year, board members. As Nuria mentioned, you can imagine we've been getting quite a bit of feedback through various channels, through our customer service center, emails, phone calls, our street team, our social media channels, which are often we get a lot of complaints, and we have been seeing entities like the San Jose Spotlight and San Jose Inside picking up on that. I've encouraged them to also talk to writers who are pleased with the service, because we do have quite a bit of those people too. Yes, okay. Yeah, we'll see. So as you know, Jay mentioned, what was good for us to hear is that people heard about the changes that were happening. It wasn't that they weren't aware. So that was one of our goals, to make sure people understood that this was happening and they were well aware. As Jay said, many early on complaints about wrong head signs and old bus stop signs, that was fixed immediately. And of course, people advocating to bring their lines back, and we're taking that all into account. Our street team ambassadors, I wanted to just mention that. That was a huge effort. We've had people out on the street talking to customers face-to-face since December 18th. A lot of customers really appreciative of the all-day frequent network that we have now. And we had VTA employees over the holiday knock out 420 shifts. That's about 2,000 hours, and that doesn't even account for the multilingual street team that we contracted with that also did another 200 shifts, about 1,200 hours face-to-face. So we've gotten a tremendous amount of feedback. We do understand that changes are naturally frustrating, but we are here to help people navigate those changes and help find alternative trip plans. Thank you for passing along the feedback as well, board members. Keep doing that, please. We just wanted you to know that we've been attentive, we've been responsive, and we'll continue to document everything for the record and continue to update the board. I'll give it back to Jay.
Yeah, just a few final points. One thing I neglected to mention, one of the things that we're very proud of here at VTA is the increase in service of those red, very frequent transit routes. A lot of those are in very low income and minority areas, so we're very excited about the whole equity aspect of this new transit plan, because those tend to be our better markets anyways, including all the way down to Morgan Hill and Gilroy with the 68 increases, so we're very proud of that. So what's coming up next? I'll be starting to report. It's way too early to start talking about ridership results, but I'll be starting to report in February at the committees. And then over 2020, we're going to just be monitoring and making adjustments and tweaks to improve and fix things that go wrong. And then in the summer-ish, we're going to start gearing up to talk about the 2021 service plan. And so that's what you can expect in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly thank Teresa O'Neill and Chair Chavez, Member Rennie, and also Glenn, Rennie, and Mr. Hendricks for joining us in the opening on deployment of the new transit service plan, which started with a 2:30 a.m. and ended at 5:45 a.m. Thank you for being there with us.
It was awesome.
Yeah, super awesome. And thanks. Are there any questions for Brandy or Jay? Oh, Mr. Perales.
Not a question, just a thank you for the responses, and I really do appreciate all the work that you're putting into that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now I just want to mention something relative to compliance requirements. I just wanted to give the board a heads up that next month we will be bringing an action to you for your consideration. As you may know, VTA is required to submit a Title VI program to the FTA triannually, and the next required submittal is February 13, 2020. So at the next board meeting, we will present you with a summary and ask you to approve the results of the monitoring program and our Title VI program. The other item on my report is the government affairs, and that's in your reading folder and in the public binder, and as well as the ridership information and security stats. So, before I conclude, I just wanted to mention that each of you should have at your places a book called Beyond Mobility. Our chair has asked that we start the year thinking about not only the future, but also understanding the importance of people and places and how public transportation contributes to it through good land use planning.
Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
First of all, I just wanted to say to our board and to the staff, what an amazing job you did rolling this out. It wasn't going to ever be perfect, but all the people that were out, no matter what your job was, fixing signs and responding to customers, it's just such an impressive way to start 2020 and to end 2019. For my colleagues, mostly because I need all of you to stay for closed session, I'm just going to make a couple of brief comments as I come in about what I'm going to be focused on. First of all, I am very, very excited. We have a really good, smart board, really interested in lots of different aspects of the organization, but no buts, period. I had an opportunity as I was flying back from the East Coast to see one of those really short vignettes on the plane, you know, how they have like these stories of these incredibly smart people, and one of them is a local guy. I think he's actually lives in Morgan Hill, Bill Nye, the science guy. Didn't he live, he lived in South County for a short, he did for a while. Well, anyway, or maybe I just made that up. So anyhow, I was going to look for my local hook, but here was the thing that it was really interesting is he made this comment as an environmentalist and a scientist that I thought was really thoughtful. And he said, you know, we can't do things one at a time. We have to do everything all at once. So what does that mean for VTA? It means that we're going to have to be focused on ridership and the sustainability of this organization. We got to get people on public transportation. We've got to be able to focus on sustainability. And the reason I want us to look at Measure B is we need to be flexible because we do have a crisis. We have two crises. One, we don't have enough people riding public transportation. We got to be able to respond. And two, we do have a climate emergency, and we're going to have to throw everything we can at resolving it. In this year, it's the 100th anniversary of a woman's right to vote. And I know, right? Yes. And the challenge is under Nuria's leadership, this has been the most diverse and the most women you will see in almost any property across the country. But we need to figure out a way to let women know that these are great jobs for two reasons. One, they are great jobs. VTA is a great place to work. Two, these are very, very livable wages. I know this is a tough place to live, but this is a great place for women to be able to make a living. And three, and this is maybe as important, we don't have enough people helping us. Like every single one of our agencies across the region does not have enough bus drivers, and their deficit can be as high as 20% that they don't have. We don't have enough mechanics. We just don't have enough people here to work with us. So I want to be able to focus on maintaining a great organization and bringing in some new faces that are a little bit less traditional. Lastly, and this is a little bit where I started as it relates to climate. And I really appreciated, although it added more time than I expected, Mayor, your point about how we were going to deal with batteries. Because what it just reminded me of this one thing, which is we need to think about partnerships in an urgent way. I don't mean in that old-fashioned, let's have 32 meetings and figure out whether or not we can work together. But I think we need to take a coalition of the willing and start really digging in on a whole bunch of different issues. And it's going to force this board, I think, to make some tough decisions about, do we fund projects that don't meet multiple goals? Do we, we took a brave step. I think the 90-10 change was good. It is really not enough. And I'm going to remind all of you, and I heard John McAllister earlier today say we all sat around and said we're going to do great things. I'm going to remind you what that meeting was about that you referenced. We talked about innovation and technology, and we talked about we're going to go back to our cities and we're going to be brave, and we're going to talk about bus rapid transit. That got killed almost instantly. We tried to get everybody in the valley to sign on to a resolution about taking a look at those really hard discussions, and that one was the first one to go. The reason I say that is that we all feel like we're brave in our own areas, and I want to make sure that we have courageous conversations in very respectful ways. I don't mean to be disrespectful, and John, I'm not calling you out for any reason except when you said it, I was thinking, I remember that meeting too, because I had a sense of hope, and then not so much. What I think, though, is that we're all really good at our jobs, and this is an opportunity for us to have courageous conversations that really do move us forward in a whole bunch of different ways. So I'm going to press us to do everything all at once. Does that sound great? Yes. All right, good. Well, this is going to be so fun. So much for my comments. What's that? No, I'm not talking to staff. I'm talking about us. Like, yep, we're going to torture you all too. but it's really going to be us. So with that, did I have a report? It says see separate sheet. Oh, was that my report? Oh, excellent. I guess I didn't use the sheet I was supposed to. I'm sure Hope's typing me a note right now. So we're going to move to item 8.3, and this is items of concern and referral to administration. And I'll start with Raul. Yes. Oh, right. Before we do that, I do want to just remind everybody we have a workshop on the 24th, and I will work with John, so we've got a really tight agenda. But because we're going to have a lot, they had a 5-hour meeting. We cannot do that. That for a bunch of reasons. It's not good for our health and not good for the public. So, all right, Raul.
Thank you, Chair. I heard some concerning comments during the opening public comments on our VT access and paratransit from what sounded like a long-term rider and someone that is very proud of the service that had a really terrible recent experiences. I know that we had staff, I think, go and talk to her, but personally I'm very interested sort of in both maybe through G&A, this would be a little bit further out, an audit of sorts, but so for future reference, but for more immediate, I would like staff to come back with a report to see, I don't know if there's any surveys that we do and if we can see some of that, but I'd like to see how that can sort of be resolved and maybe whether it's to the full board or just to myself. I'm also interested in just kind of the resolution with the individual that was here. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other referrals? Are there any announcements? Did you have a Jeannie announcement or referral?
No, I have a comment I want to make. I want to go back to what you had just said, Coalition of the Willing and such. And when I look at the rollout of our new services and you look at the red lines on the map, one of those big bright red lines is the El Camino Real corridor. And I will say I'm willing to join you. I'm willing to lead an effort one more time if we choose to do that, because we're going to have a lot more service. But if we still have the same amount of cars and we don't have preemption, or we don't have looking at how we get to dedicated use of lanes during our peak travel times, we're just going to have a hell of a lot of buses nose to tail. So I will be willing to lead that effort one more time and try and get it across the finish line.
Excellent. All right, Jeannie. Rob said he's helping, right? All right, excellent. No, he was. I didn't even just do that to him. Are there any other announcements that folks have? Seeing none, what we're going to do is we're going to go to closed session. I'm going to ask folks not to try to go to the doors. I will find you, and Evelyn is going to make an announcement.
Yes. In connection with item 9.1C, this is one case against Willie Wilson. In connection with item 9.1D, it's one case against Monte Bippus, Bippus.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for all of you. I hope some of you get to go home.
Hey, homie. How are you? I just wanted to say.
Okay. Oh, so report out for closed session. No reportable actions were taken for 9.1A and 9.1B. For 9.1C, the board authorized general counsel to initiate litigation against Willie Wilson. For 9.1D, the board authorized the general counsel to initiate litigation against Monte Bipis. That's it. Thank you.